Oh, there's something just like this. Ow. Oh no, it didn't pop, did it? Oh my god, something just like this. Get away from me, cockroaches. Get away from me, assholes. Get away from me. I hate these cockroaches. These are small ones, not those big fucking American ones. Fuck off American ones. Hello, buddies. Sorry about that. Rivalry starting the live stream, but every time I end the live stream, like it posts it. So I want to do that more regularly, you know. Mm, 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 Just check who's fucking logged on now, actually. Let's have a look. Aha. Yeah, exactly. Let's get their fucking IP address. Hello, buddy. There's 4 people now, I reckon, but I'm just getting some IP addresses. Or maybe not 4, but 1 or 2 possibly. Just getting everyone's IP address. It's unknown. As well as their user ID for the IP. There we go. Nice. It's too late. I've already got it. Hello, buddy. Sorry for restarting there. No, I just restarted the live stream. Sorry, because every time when I end the live stream, it posts the video. So I want to try and do that more regularly with my YouTube live streams. Yes, just so I have more videos posted. And when they go on too long, sometimes it's harder to post them online or something. I'm not sure. All right. Well, I hope you're doing okay. But yeah, I wouldn't go down there. I don't trust them even to have my fucking thing cut off. I want to get this cut off, yeah? But I ain't going to do it. I ain't going to go down there to do it. I ain't going to go down there. I'm going to keep calling them until they fucking come here. It's not them. It's like another team that come and tuck it off. I don't want to go down there to have them do it. I don't trust them, man. I don't trust them. I don't fucking trust them. I don't trust them. Do you know what I mean? I don't trust them to behave properly. Yeah, it could also build up my YouTube, hopefully. I don't know. His live stream's not necessarily fun for someone to rewatch or what. Ow! I'm hitting no. That's right. For what was I saying? Yeah, but I want it all there for evidence. I asked if I could take it off myself. Um, I don't know if you can or not, but I don't want to fucking. It shouldn't be criminal damage because you just fucking cut it, but I don't want to fucking risk it. I thought the fucking. I don't. I have the right to have fucking ripped off in the first place. It's so insulting. I'm so fucking insulted by it. It's been a nightmare. It's been a nightmare. I've still been keeping it charged because I'm paranoid. I'm paranoid that they're gonna. I don't have to. It's cancelled. It's not good for monitoring anymore. But I still keep it charged. I don't trust them. They'll make up any bullshit to come and take me away again. Because they hate what I'm doing with my fucking freedom of speech. They hate me expressing my freedom of speech. What do you think about it? The people who fitted it on me when they came round, they were quite nice. They're not fucking dodgy people. They're not like, feds. They're just fucking, they come around and put the thing on. They were really nice, actually. They were really friendly. And they didn't fucking judge me about the place. I said, I'm sorry, the place is really messy. Oh, don't bother. We don't mind. It's fine. Don't worry. And the other geezer, place could do with tidy, mate. Fuck off, you cunt. The feds are full of fucking narcissistic pricks like that. They do. Having this fucking shit on, I can't fucking leave Medway. What the fuck, man? You know how angry? You know what it does to you psychologically? I only can't even see my fucking psychiatrist. My psychiatrist is in fucking London. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? The cruelty. They don't have any compassion or empathy, but they're very polite. They'll be very polite. Not always polite. Sometimes fucking rude as fuck. But generally, they'll be very polite, but they've got no empathy or compassion. Since fucking September. Yeah? I've had this fucking cunt on me. And it took me away one time because I hadn't charged it. But they waited 5 days before they come and took me. They waited until after I had a court. There's so much bad they've done. It's so evil. I'm also suing my family as well for not wrongfully accusing me, intentionally, maliciously accusing me of stalking, for reporting, for sending them messages when I was suicidal. All I said was that I'm going to basically do myself in or whatever. I said lots of nasty stuff about what I was going to do to myself or whatever. And they reported that as stalking. But how can you report as stalking? They did that in a malicious attempt to try and defame, to slander my name. And I can prove it. It's easy to prove. It's easy to prove. And in fact, they are guilty of stalking. They used to turn up to my place unannounced all the time and shout through the letterbox, "We're going to keep doing this, Amir. We're going to keep doing this." It's the case where I talk about the projection shit. It's like, you're the one stalking me, you fucking cunts. That's why I fucking feel like this. I'm going to fucking ruin them. I fucking hate them so much. I do love Sensodyne, though. Don't you think Sensodyne is the best toothpaste? I think it is. But I ain't going to go down there. I don't trust them at all. I don't trust them. No, they don't. They don't realize how much trauma they can cause. And they literally can't. They don't have the capacity for it. They're just fucking dead. I'm very strong. I am a very strong person. That's true. But the only thing that, one of the things that keeps me holding on is knowing that they're lying and I'm telling the truth. The truth. Sorry, that's quite vulgar. The truth gives me supreme fucking confidence. And it's strength. Strength, actually. Not so much confidence, strength. The fact that I know I'm telling the truth and they're lying. And that's very easy to prove. And number two is, it's my ting, I win. Don't fuck with me. Again, I'm not hard or anything. But the injustice of it and my willpower to win drives me. I don't trust him at all. They're such pigs, misogynistic pigs. Where's your phone? Where's your phone? So what, mate? I know your brother. I'm going to make them famous for that. I'm going to make them famous for that. Sensodyne is the best toothpaste, though. And another tip I learned from my dentist a few years ago, when you brush your teeth, don't wash it out with water. Brush your teeth and then leave the toothpaste to settle in to protect your teeth. Of course. No, the truth will, it will come out in the end. That's what they're afraid of, yeah. Imagine telling me, stop talking about this shit. I can't wait till I can talk about all of it totally openly. Because I'm unashamed of anything that I've done. In fact, I should be more proud of myself. And I'm disgusted with them. So disgusted. Yeah, they're scared of their own out. Exactly. The funny thing is, on the 11th of May, if they had said, once the guy said, right, you want to do me over on a wellbeing checkup, they said, I'm sorry, actually, we shouldn't have taken you in on a wellbeing checkup. How can we fix this or help? It would have been fine. I would have never have started my social media accounts and posting videos. That's what's funny. That's the stupidity part. If they'd behaved in a decent way, I would have never have made my social media accounts. I only made them to fight for my fucking right to get justice. You know what I mean? If they just behaved nicely, none of them would have got in trouble. But now I'm taking now because of their behavior, a few bad people, now I'm going to get judges in trouble. And I won't rest until I fucking have them. I want them to fucking apologize to my face. I've seen the videos, Mr. Saddick. What videos, you cunt? I'm standing here without a fucking solicitor. Don't worry. Yes, if you think about it. Exactly. It's exactly how they're treating. They're fucking scum. When you think about it. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for listening. When you think about it, in a way, oh my god, so good music. So good motherfucking music. In a way, oh my god, so good music. In a way, oh my god, so good. Yes. Right, I'm going to fill my bottle of water and I'm going to leave the camera like this. You know how afraid I am? I'm not joking. I'm so afraid of them coming in to take me away. I want the camera on the door. I'm fucking. When you think about it, you know. When you think about it. When you think about it. When you think about it, you know. Oh my god, so motherfucking good story. In a wee. Oh my god, so good story. I make the best stories. I make the best motherfucking stories. In a wee. Yeah, that's my headband. So nice. So cute, so sweet. Friends are full. Bless you, buddy. Yes, that's right. Bless you. Sleep well, buddy. 49. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. I hope you sleep well, buddy. When you think about it. When you think about it. It's a bit. Oh, that's a bit loud.
While he takes the elevator, they catch this guy, and instead of getting any information out of him,
they just kill him. They just kill him. Fucking idiots. I love my fame.
Pick up your fucking gun. Learn to respect the tools of your trade.
Only did you just use 2 different voices and accents. You threw your gun on the ground literally 2 minutes ago. They killed their only lead. They say, fuck it, I guess we're not going to solve this, and just do what Seagal does best.
Oh, God.
It can't get any more awkward than getting a private dance in the same room as your dead fiance's father. I guess it can. Anyway, realizing the movie's not going anywhere and Seagal's content to just ride the rest of it out in the strip club, the bad guys say fuck it and go to him. Again, he kills everyone without getting any.
What do you think about it?
But this time he
Oh my God, such a
Russian
music.
music.
Oh my God, such a music.
It gets him so pumped up and in the zone.
Yo, the hair does get nicer over time if you use the hair mask. God, that hair feels so much nicer. I love that so much. Oh, that feels so much better. It feels so much sexier.
Back at the police station, he's being interrogated about the whole killing spree thing.
Contract owner. What are the projects?
Sounds like gay marriage.
Somehow, she accepts that as an answer
Sounds like gay marriage.
and never brings either of them up again. Then she somehow figures out that Seagal's a writer, even though he writes under a pseudonym.
I don't know anything about that.
How could she possibly know it's him?
His palm ran across the last milkshake cups.
Okay, that's definitely him. Luckily, Seagal's lawyer has a brilliant legal mind and is able to get Seagal released with some very complicated legalese.
I think we're done here.
That's why he makes the big bucks. Realizing that Seagal's never going to figure it out and desperately wanting this movie to end, Terry just comes out and confesses that he and Stefan's dad are the ones behind everything.
He hated the idea of his son marrying your daughter. I had a lot of that with Stefan's dad. She was gonna blow the whistle on me, you know my side dudes.
Then they and this human crash test dummy have a 10-minute shootout without a single cop showing up in their own parking lot. Luckily, Seagal has something special in store for us. He actually runs. Not down the stairs, obviously, but still. Flap those arms, you magnificent bastard! Since trying to outrun the human bowling ball is futile, he accepts his fate and gets a rusty spike stabbed into his carotid artery. Then Seagal does some more sprinting right past the dumbest cops in history. Terry.
Thanks for all the likes, Jody. I appreciate it.
But Stefan is waiting for him and holds him at gunpoint. Then, in an amazing coincidence, Seagal gets in the car and also holds.
I'm gonna
Terry
pay you
at
back right now,
gunpoint.
buddy.
The only problem is he's pointing his fucking gun at Stefan. There you go.
Oh, there's someone there.
Finds out Seagal's daughter.
Good night, Jem. Hope you sleep well, buddy.
Haul ass to the hospital. This is Stefan's dad, who also rushes to the hospital in order to re-kill Seagal's daughter. They come up with an incredibly elaborate plan,
Even with their science, that gives us 10 minutes, at least.
which all goes out the window when Seagal outsmarts them by pulling the fire alarm.
I absolutely love this outfit.
The most unforgivable thing I have ever seen. They take an elevator during a fire alarm. Are you insane? Speaking of, all these people know is there's a fire alarm, so they do the smart thing and barricade themselves in a room. If that's not stupid enough, what they barricade the door with is this rack that's on fucking wheels. I'm sure whatever you're hiding from would find that mildly inconvenient. How are you guys doctors? Now Seagal realizes he needs to pad the runtime if he's going to hit 90 minutes and has a shoot.
Once again, I just cannot get over the outfit.
What feels like forever.
Such a hot combo.
And nobody even gets hit. They do this twice. Since this is going nowhere, they decide to grab their secret weapon.
This motherfucker can shoot through anything.
But
That is such an outrageous wind-up.
magic gun that's able to fire before
I love it.
it's even loaded. But don't worry about that. Just focus on the Oscar-worthy performance from these two.
You explain everything. Nothing can explain this. I didn't pull the trigger. You might as well have.
Simply amazing. But not to be outdone in his own movie, Seagal is suddenly a scientist and somehow builds a fucking force field. Then, to show off his deep knowledge of chemistry, he improvises an explosive. Now that he's created a scientifically accurate nuclear bomb, he takes out the last henchman. So now it's just Seagal and wannabe Putin who have a final fight to shitty Russian-sounding music. That's a real back-and-forth struggle. Now that he's saved the day, Dr. Seagal goes to his daughter and, using his advanced medical training, wakes her from her coma.
Wake up, my daughter.
Daddy,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Outrageous. Pure fire. I know not pure fire, I meant pure fire.
Seagal movie where he
I meant to write pure fire.
his fans have known all along.
That's what I was hoping.
He's a terrible human being with zero talent.
You found me out there.
The
Jesus
movie
Christ.
starts off
How many videos have I liked now?
a tarot card that makes you wonder if it's even the right movie. Unfortunately, it is. Not only does nothing happen, but even if
Yeah, you did that on a thing.
fucking dream anyways.
I had an awful dream.
Dreams are symbolic.
That's right. This is one of those Seagal movies where he can't be bothered to voice his own lines. I have to give the voiceover guy props though. He really nails the incoherent mumbling.
I've just liked a whole bunch of your videos, buddy.
What all normal people do at 1 a.m. and quizzes.
You look really great in
the
loads
dumbest
in
shit possible.
in them.
Saw it in a dream.
Them.
That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. While you know Seagal's pissed that she's wasting his money on this nonsense.
I'm sure you're going to be big things if you keep on going.
In his sleep by this complete fucking psycho.
I thought you like it too.
You right about that. I like it.
Suddenly, Seagal goes full ninja and breaks into this apartment. Not only is this definitely Seagal, but it's also completely believable that all of his weight can be supported by this tiny little window. So now he's inside and is for some reason wearing a completely different outfit. Then, in a crazy coincidence, the bus driver from Speed was also planning on robbing the place at the exact same time.
Thanks for doing the heavy lifting.
So Seagal kills him. As he's leaving, he decides he hasn't insulted the audience enough and has a fight scene that's 99% body double and only a split second of Seagal used over and over. We never find out who any of these people are, which is okay because we also don't give a shit. Seagal and his irritating girlfriend
You gotta change your life, Harlan.
then back up and move to Las Vegas. When they get there, they drive by this children's hospital that has a going out of business sign like it's a fucking Toys R Us. So, anyways, Seagal meets Max, who is
that might be
part of
lovely times.
Seagal's
You know, when I
legendary
look at myself
crime.
sometimes, I feel like I look so awful. Yes,
The
that's
movie
just how I feel.
never explains where he heard that
I don't
or
know.
what the hell
Anyway,
this crazy old man is
Today's been a
even
bit
talking
difficult day
about.
today, this week. But it's been quite nice to talk
Seagal
to my,
tries to go
you
legit
know,
and
my
now
fellows were
drives
when
an
we
armored
should put
truck.
that. The
While they
toothpaste.
normally wear uniforms,
And
Seagal ain't about that
it's been
life
quite good.
and
So it's
wears
good to talk.
whatever the
You know, I'm obviously very, 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 very unimaginably angry at what I've been made to go through. So, but it is 3 o'clock. It's quite late, but I still am in bed. You know, so that's quite good. And I've taken melatonin. You know, that's quite good feeling. Quite good feeling. Not too bad. I don't know. Yes. And tomorrow's a new day. Follow me on it. Come, buddy. Good night. Good night, my buddies. Success melons. They are massive. How does she carry them? Psyched out. Planosphere. So let's check out this
Planosphere.
That's right.
You got the heart, you got the skill, you got the knowledge. So what the fuck?
What the fuck? So look at this little absolute bed end here, right? So let's check out the comments. Likes equals push-ups. Right? Okay, let's get moving. Stretching out. Ladies and gents, welcome to the cooking show finale. I'd just like to thank all of you ahead of time. I would like to thank you for helping me go spiral. We all know it's going to happen. But I want to thank you ahead of time because I love it. Hello, and if you are a fan of my content and if you like some of the videos, please like, repost, and share my videos with your friends and stuff. That's really helpful. And liking my videos and commenting also really helps. And now here's my renditions of Coldplay's just like this, right? Where you gonna go? And where you gonna kiss? And where's it gonna be? And where's it? So just like this, D-D-D, and I just something just like this, D-D-D. Please follow me, Bennett. Now, here's something I'm particularly pissed about. When I ask for your fuck, I don't want your right now we're trying to. Here's some. I don't want your right now we're trying to. Fantastic. Well, as you can see, there's the broccoli in there. Shut the fuck up. You think you're hard? You think you're hard? I wake up hard every day. Every day I wake up hard. You're not hard, mate. Go on, show me. Show me. Show me. I've been hard for the last 2 weeks, dude. What about you? Being not been hard, mate. Got it. Wait a minute. Let's check out the food. This won't be my broccoli cheese. Of course, let's not forget about the drink. Now, the drink at the moment is coffee, milk, and honey. That's right, coffee, milk, and honey. And it tastes so nice with my lovely bread. It's so tasty. Everything really. Oh my gosh! Wait a minute. I just want to say, TikTok is the best platform. TikTok shop. Time is it? Huh? The choice is yours. You need to make the change today. What are you gonna do? Complain, mother. I don't have enough time for this bullshit, man. Get out there. Do what you gotta do. It don't matter what happens. Don't matter who you tread on. What you look like. You gotta get to the top. Winning every day. Losing is not an option. Oh my God. Oh my God. You got to get to the top now. What the fuck? Hello, my man. I'm about to go. So I've got another job message from very sexy Mary Fiona. How was your family? How was your family? They were very good, but a little underdone. Would not order again. Fucking good. Playing some scammer behind some desk. Hello, my man. I'm about to go. So I've got another troll message from the very sexy Mary here. Look, how was your family? How was your family? They were very good, but a little underdone. Would not order again.
Couldn't order again. How was your family? Oh, very good, but a little underdone.
They were very good, but a little underdone. Would not order again. Fucking good. Blaming some scammer behind some desk. Hello, my man. What can I do? Best, you're not that best. I'm not best, you're not that best. I'm not best, you're not that best. You said you're the best, you're not the best, I'm the best. I'm the best, you're not the best. I'm the best, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, you're not the best, I'm the best. You little slacker. Best, you're not. Hello, everyone. We've been discouraged about life and everything, not so good. You know, when you think about it, life's not so bad. When you think about it, when you think about it, when you think about it, life's not so bad. When you think about it, when you think about it, when you think about it, life's not so bad. It's quite good. When you think about it, you might do a super song. I thought me about it. Cheer up,
Dolly, fuck you.
I want everyone to know. Right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've just hit pussy gold. Pussy gold. That's so ridiculous.
Let's do it. Right, hello, how are you doing? Oh, let's have a look here, what's going on? Oh, hello, babe. Oh, babe, let's check out if she's a babe, not first. Oh, yes, lads. Wow, get in there. Absolutely lovely. And let's have a look here. Oh, that's definitely a real person, there's no doubt about it. Okay. Oh my god, no way. You're so gorgeous, it's crazy. Seen. The message has been seen. Let's see what happens next, B. You're so gorgeous, it's crazy. Oh, she's raining. She's raining back. Let's go. Let's go, baby. What did you mean, no way? Like, I can't believe how beautiful you are. That sounds nice and wet. Can I give you my bank details? I'll save and copy and paste that for later, just in case we select all. Copy. Thanks, baby. Oh, she called me baby. I'm in there, son. Get in there. What makes someone so beautiful like you interested in someone so ugly like me? Yeah, that's nice and wet. If you don't mind, can we get to know about each other better? I'm in there, babe. I'm in there, lad. Let's go. Oh my god. And where are you from? Oh my god, wait. Oh, fuck it, I'm just going to say it now. Can I give you my bank details? Single married. Can I give you my bank details? Let's see what she says. You know, it's plenty. I went from behind the desk center, you know. He's also fucking moonlighting as a fucking tech support scammer. I'm actually quite rich from a rich family. Yeah, she said yeah. Oh my god, thank you so much. I'd love to give you so much money. How much for a crack and sack? How much for a crack and sack? Crack. And sack wax. I'm actually quite rich from a rich family. Okay, where are you chatting from? Brother, I got a good one. I got a live one, brother. I got a live one. $500 fuck off, you penis. I know you're a scammer, you fucking dickhead. Don't get laid.
It's so funny. $500
Baby.
for crack and sack.
I think I've just hit pussy gold.
Crack and sack wax. Oh god, that's quite hurt.
Let's have a look what Emily.
Fuck that, waxing my balls.
What's going on? Oh, hello, babe. Oh, hey, let's check out if she's a babe, not first. Oh, yes, lads. Wow, get in there. Absolutely lovely. And let's have a look here. Oh, that's definitely a real person, there's no doubt about it. Okay. Oh my god, no way. You know, it's plenty. How much for a crack and sack? How much? For crack and sack wax. I'm actually quite rich from a rich family. Okay, where are you chatting from? Brother, I got a good one. I got a live one, brother. I got a live one. Much for a crack and sack wax. $500 fuck off, you penis. I know you're a scammer, you fucking dickhead. And go get laid. That's instant block.
I'm so silly with you. I'm so scared. One of the things I'm terrified about in the morning is being woken up by a knock on the door. That's one of the things I think I'm so terrified of. I feel like I have to be ready at all times. Because they're so unpredictable. Their behavior is so unpredictable. I feel like I need to be ready at all times because their behavior is so unpredictable. Stupidity is fucking worse to a good person than pure malice. This is a fact in life. And like trolls being stupid, they're also dangerous to themselves. I'm going to get all the trolls prosecuted. You don't believe me, do you? For a minute. Guys, we're back at the lady who likes older men, yeah? She likes older men, yeah? 40 to 70. It's like, how old are you? We're going to have a 70-year-old, yeah? Check this out, yeah? Look, Mickey, yeah? You don't respond. I say her all the time. My heart high all the time. Oh, well. Yeah. Look, she's probably just fucking trolling some music. Let's have a look at little Mickey here, yeah? All right, Mickey. Fuck off, you fucking muppet. Why would anyone respond to you, mate, unless they want to get their fucking Christmas gifts? Guys, we're back at the lady who likes older men, yeah? She likes older men, yeah? 40 to 70. It's like, how old are you? We're going to have a 70-year-old, yeah? Check this out, yeah? Look, Mickey, yeah? You don't respond. I say her all the... This is quite exciting. I know I've just made a video about Mickey the fucking Muppet, yeah? But check this out. Mickey the Muppet. Right. So, I say hi all the time. I'm like, oh, well. Just hello. Mickey the Muppet. Like, to give you a great massage, text me in. What's that even mean, text me in? Hello, my handsome, right? Now check this out. Look, Jessica, let's have a look. Oh, yeah, that's obviously a real account, right? Now check this out. So massage back up. There's got to be another fucking... Oh, maybe she's actually a massage therapist. Oh, no. Yeah, there's more like, let's have a look at that. My God, that does look good. Anyway, right, home service. Tap to book now, buddy. Quite nice. I think Mickey might need some, might need a, especially happy ending, but you barely can't afford it because he's living off the grid. I love my veins.
Right now, every plan to send humans deeper into space assumes one thing. They come back. Mars missions build return vehicles before astronauts even launch. Lunar expeditions calculate the trip home before the trip out. The entire philosophy of crewed exploration rests on a single unspoken promise. We will bring you back. But there is a destination inside our own solar system where that promise quietly breaks apart. Uranus orbits nearly 2 billion miles from Earth. A crewed spacecraft would need over a decade just to arrive. Communication with home would take over 5 hours round trip, and the energy required to slow down, enter orbit, survive, and then reverse the entire journey would demand a spacecraft so massive that no rocket on any drawing board could build it. The first humans to reach Uranus will not come back.
Yeah.
If this kind of
No, they didn't
journey
reply
is
to
the
me.
terrifying
They
edges of
didn't.
what humans can actually survive
Yeah.
in space is
No,
something we
don't
want to
take this, please.
explore,
But
do me a huge favour and hit that like
It had to
button
go
and
away.
subscribe. It really does help the channel more than you
no,
might think.
they would have welcomed
And I
that.
genuinely appreciate every single one of you who sticks around for these deep dives. Now, settle in and get yourself comfortable. Let's begin. There's a picture of the solar system that lives inside nearly every human mind. You learned it as a child. You saw it on posters in classrooms, in animations on television, in the opening pages of science textbooks. The sun sits at the center. The planets orbit outward in a neat sequence. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Each one a little farther than the last. Each one a little colder. Each one a little harder to reach. The picture implies something powerful without ever saying it directly. It implies that the solar system is a ladder, that exploration is a matter of climbing it one rung at a time, that the same species which walked on the moon in 1969, which has been planning crewed Mars missions for decades, will eventually work its way outward through the giant planets in a logical, orderly progression. First Mars, then maybe the moons of Jupiter, then perhaps Saturn, and eventually, in the fullness of time, Uranus. This mental model is clean, intuitive, and completely wrong. The problem is not that the sequence is inaccurate. The problem is what the picture hides. It hides the brutal exponential way that distance grows beyond the asteroid belt, and it hides the most dangerous assumption embedded in every version of that poster. The assumption that if we can solve the problem of getting humans to Mars and bringing them home, then Uranus is simply the same problem with a longer timeline. It is not the same problem. It is not even close to the same category of problem. Understanding why requires abandoning that diagram and confronting the terrifying reality of actual distances in the outer solar system. Start with what you know. Earth to Mars. This is the mission that dominates modern space exploration planning. NASA has spent decades studying it. SpaceX has built hardware around it. The distance between Earth and Mars varies depending on where both planets sit in their orbits. But at a favorable opposition, the gap shrinks to roughly 34 million miles. Mission planners design around these favorable windows. A crewed Mars mission using current or near-future propulsion would take approximately 7 to 9 months of travel each way, with a surface stay of roughly 500 days to wait for the next return window. Round trip, you are looking at roughly 2.5 to 3 years. That is an enormous commitment by any human standard. It is longer than most military deployments. It is longer than many graduate school programs. But it is a time frame that human beings can psychologically and physically endure, and it is a time frame that engineers can design life support systems to sustain. Now move outward. Skip Jupiter entirely for a moment. Skip Saturn. Go directly to Uranus, the 7th planet from the Sun, the first of the ice giants, the planet that most people think of, if they think of it at all, as a pale blue-green dot sitting somewhere in the vague darkness beyond Saturn's rings. Uranus orbits the Sun at an average distance of roughly 1.8 billion miles. Let that number settle. 1.8 billion miles. Earth sits 93 million miles from the Sun. Mars sits 142 million miles from the Sun. Uranus sits 1.8 billion miles from the Sun. That is not twice as far as Mars. It is not 5 times as far. It is nearly 13 times farther from the Sun than Mars. And at certain points in their respective orbits, Uranus can be more than 20 times farther from Earth than Mars is. The classroom poster does not show you this. The poster compresses the outer solar system to make it fit on a sheet of paper. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune get crammed into the right-hand margin, their orbits looking almost cozy. In reality, the distance between Saturn and Uranus alone is roughly 900 million miles. That single gap from one planet to its next neighbor is wider than the entire distance from the Sun to Jupiter. The outer solar system is not a continuation of the inner solar system. It is a different ocean entirely. Voyager 2 is the only human-made object that has ever visited Uranus. It launched on August 20th, 1977, from Cape Canaveral, Florida. It did not travel in a straight line. It used gravity assists from Jupiter and Saturn to accelerate, slingshotting off the gravitational fields of both planets to gain speed without burning additional fuel. Even with those gravitational boosts, even traveling faster than any crewed vehicle has ever moved, Voyager 2 took 8 years and 5 months to reach Uranus. It arrived on January 24th, 1986. It flew past the planet at a relative velocity of tens of thousands of miles per hour, took thousands of photographs, measured magnetic fields and atmospheric composition, discovered 10 new moons and 2 new rings, and then kept going. It did not slow down, it did not enter orbit, it did not stop, because stopping at Uranus was never part of the plan. Voyager 2 was designed as a flyby, and even that flyby, that brief cosmic glance, required nearly a decade of travel. Now consider what a crewed mission would actually require. A flyby is not exploration. You cannot study a planet in meaningful depth by screaming past it at tens of thousands of miles per hour. To do real science, to justify the staggering cost and risk of sending human beings instead of robots, a crew would need to enter orbit around Uranus or one of its moons. And entering orbit changes the mission equation so fundamentally that it might as well be a different endeavor entirely. Here is why. When Voyager 2 reached Uranus, it did not need to slow down because it was not staying. But a crewed vessel that intends to enter orbit must shed an enormous amount of velocity. The spacecraft arrives at Uranus carrying all the kinetic energy accumulated during years of travel and gravitational assists. To be captured into a stable orbit, it must fire its engines in the opposite direction of travel for a sustained burn, decelerating enough for Uranus's gravity to capture it. This maneuver is called orbit insertion, and it requires a terrifying amount of propellant. The amount of velocity change needed for orbit insertion is measured in a value called delta V. For a Uranus orbit insertion, depending on the trajectory and the target orbit, the required delta V can range from 1 to several kilometers per second. That might sound modest in the abstract, but in practical terms, it means the spacecraft must carry enormous quantities of fuel specifically for this single maneuver. And in spaceflight, fuel has mass. Mass requires more fuel to accelerate. More fuel adds more mass. This is the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is the reason why deep space mission design is dominated not by what you want to do, but by how much propellant you can afford to carry. For a robotic probe, this is a serious engineering challenge, but a manageable one. The proposed Uranus orbiter and probe, which the Planetary Science Decadal Survey ranked as NASA's highest priority flagship mission in 2022, is designed with a cruise time of approximately 13 years and a spacecraft dry mass of several hundred kilograms. It would use a Falcon Heavy rocket and a Jupiter gravity assist to reach Uranus by the mid-2040s. Even this relatively lightweight robotic mission pushes current launch vehicle capabilities. The probe would carry no food, no water, no breathable air. It would not need to slow its heart rate during a solar particle event or treat a broken bone during coast phase. Its instruments would not suffer from loneliness. Its cameras would not need 8 hours of sleep. It would arrive at Uranus after 13 years of silent, patient coasting, enter orbit through a carefully calculated engine burn, and begin its 4.5-year science mission without ever once requiring a conversation with another consciousness aboard the vehicle. The total spacecraft mass for this robotic mission would be roughly 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms to reach Uranus, enter orbit, deploy an atmospheric probe, survey 5 major moons, study the ring system, characterize the magnetosphere, and transmit years of data back to Earth. That is the mass of a small car. Now imagine the mass required to keep 4 to 6 human beings alive, healthy, sane, and scientifically productive for the same journey, with the added requirement that they must eventually come home. Now multiply the mass by a factor that accounts for a pressurized crew cabin, life support systems, food, water, oxygen recyclers, radiation shielding, medical supplies, exercise equipment, backup systems for every critical component, and the fuel needed to decelerate all of that mass into Uranus orbit. Then add the fuel needed to eventually leave Uranus orbit and return to Earth. Then add the fuel needed to carry all of that return fuel to Uranus in the first place. The numbers spiral upwards so aggressively that no launch vehicle currently in existence or seriously planned can deliver the required mass to a trans-Uranian trajectory. This is where the Mars comparison becomes lethal to the imagination. Every credible Mars mission architecture ever designed is built around one unshakable principle: the crew comes home. The return is not an afterthought, it is the foundation. NASA's Mars Design Reference Architecture specifies that the return vehicle and its propellant are pre-positioned in Mars orbit before the crew even launches from Earth. The crew arrives knowing that their ride home is already waiting. The return trip uses Mars's relatively thin atmosphere for aerobraking, reducing the amount of fuel needed. The entire mission is designed so that at every stage, from launch to landing to surface operations to ascent to trans-Earth injection, the next step homeward is already engineered, tested, and verified. Uranus offers none of this. There is no atmosphere suitable for aerobraking, a crude vehicle on approach. The planet possesses no accessible solid terrain where a crew could land or manufacture return propellant. There are no in-situ resources that current or near-future technology could exploit to manufacture return propellant. Every gram of fuel the crew needs to get home must be launched from Earth at the very beginning of the mission, carried across 1.8 billion miles of space, decelerated into Uranus orbit, stored for the duration of orbital operations, and then burned to escape Uranus's gravity well and begin the decade-long journey back. The logistical chain is not just longer than a Mars mission, it is qualitatively different. The Mars return is engineered. The Uranus return is, at present, borderline hypothetical. And that word, hypothetical, reveals the true fracture between these two mission classes. When engineers talk about sending humans to Mars, they argue about timelines, budgets, and specific technologies. They argue about whether to use chemical propulsion or nuclear thermal propulsion, whether to send 4 crew members or 6, whether to stay for 30 days or 500. These are arguments about optimization. A fundamental feasibility is accepted. When engineers talk about sending humans to Uranus, the conversation does not even reach those details. It stalls at a more basic question. Can we physically build a spacecraft large enough, carry enough fuel, sustain a crew long enough, and guarantee a return trajectory reliable enough to make a round trip survivable? The honest answer in 2026 is that we cannot, not with any technology that exists or is likely to exist within the next several decades. The travel time alone should stop most dreamers in their tracks. A crewed mission to Uranus using nuclear thermal propulsion, the most promising near-future technology for deep space crewed travel, would require somewhere between 12 and 17 years of one-way travel time, depending on the trajectory, the gravity assists available, and the mass of the vehicle. Let those numbers land. 12 to 17 years, not months, years. A crew that departed Earth in their mid-30s would arrive at Uranus approaching 50. They would have spent the entirety of their 40s inside a spacecraft, watching their children grow from toddlers to teenagers through video messages that take hours to deliver and hours more to receive a response. And they would have arrived not at a destination that welcomes them, but at a pale, featureless, frozen giant hanging in permanent darkness, offering nothing except the scientific data they came to collect, and the realization that the return journey is just as long as the one they just endured. Compare this to every human spaceflight record ever set. The longest continuous stay in space by a single human being is Valery Polyakov's 437 days aboard the Mir space station, completed in 1995. That is roughly 1 year and 2 months. The longest total time spent in space by any human across multiple missions belongs to Oleg Kononenko, who surpassed 1,100 days in 2024. That is roughly 3 years. A one-way trip to Uranus would require at least 12 years. A round trip would consume 25 to 35 years. These durations exceed the entire accumulated spaceflight experience of the most seasoned astronaut who has ever lived by a factor of 10 or more. There is no medical data on what happens to the human body after 12 continuous years in space. There is no psychological data on what happens to a crew confined together in a sealed environment for that duration. There is no engineering data on whether life support systems, water recyclers, air scrubbers, power generators, or radiation shields can function reliably for 2 or 3 decades without Earth-based maintenance. We do not know these things because no one has ever tried them, and no one has ever tried them, because the question has never been relevant until you start talking about destinations as remote as Uranus. And yet the quiet assumption persists. The assumption that Uranus is simply the next planet out, that it belongs on the same list as Mars and Jupiter, that the species which landed 12 human beings on the moon will, given enough time and funding, walk its way outward through the solar system the way settlers once walked westward across a continent. The analogy is seductive and misleading. Settlers moving westward faced escalating hardship, but the nature of the challenge remained fundamentally consistent. More distance meant more desert, more mountains, more rivers to cross, but the human body could still function. Food could still be gathered, water could still be found, the air was still breathable, the ground was still solid. The solar system does not scale this way. Moving from Mars to Uranus is not like crossing a wider desert. It is like stepping off the edge of the continental shelf into an oceanic trench. The nature of the challenge changes. Distance stops being an inconvenience and becomes a structural impossibility. The gap between what human beings need to survive and what the destination offers does not widen gradually. It collapses suddenly and completely. Consider just one variable to glimpse the scale of the difference. Sunlight. At Mars, the sun still delivers roughly 43% of the solar energy that reaches Earth. Spacecraft there use solar panels routinely. At Uranus, the sun delivers roughly 1/400th of Earth's solar energy. Solar power is effectively useless. A crewed mission would depend entirely on nuclear power systems whose fuel must be carried from Earth and whose operational lifespan must stretch across decades without maintenance. The full weight of that energy problem will become clear when we examine what awaits the crew upon arrival. But energy is only one variable among many. Food is another. Water recycling is another. Air composition is another. Radiation shielding is another. Psychological endurance is another. Mechanical reliability across decades of continuous operation is another. Each of these is a serious engineering challenge on a 3-year Mars mission. On a 25-year Uranus round trip, each one becomes a potential mission-ending failure mode. The most important thing to understand is not any individual fact or figure. It is the pattern. The pattern that emerges when you stop thinking of the solar system as a ladder and start thinking of it as a series of concentric walls, each one taller and thicker than the last. Mars sits behind a wall that is tall but climbable, with technology that either already exists or is actively under development. Jupiter sits behind a wall that is much taller, probably requiring nuclear propulsion and advanced radiation shielding that do not yet exist in operational form. Saturn sits behind a higher wall still, and Uranus sits behind a wall so high that from the ground you cannot see the top. The illusion of the next step is the belief that every wall is the same wall, just taller, that the skills you learn climbing the Mars wall will transfer directly to the Uranus wall, that the same basic mission architecture, launch, cruise, arrive, operate, and return, will work at every distance if you simply scale it up. It will not. And the reason it will not has nothing to do with ambition, funding, or political will. It has to do with physics, with the rocket equation, with the speed of light, with the biological limits of the human body, with the thermodynamic reality of operating a crude habitat in deep space for durations that exceed anything our species has ever attempted. Uranus is not the next step on the ladder. It is the step where the ladder ends and something else begins. Something that looks less like exploration and more like exile. Something that forces a question no space agency has ever had to answer honestly. What happens when the destination is reachable, but the return is not? That question will sharpen into focus as we examine exactly what happens when 2.5 hours of communication delay meets a crew that can no longer rely on Earth for anything at all. On March 14th, 2016, the European Space Agency's ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter launched from Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, carrying a small landing demonstrator called Schiaparelli. 7 months later, on October 19th, Schiaparelli separated from the orbiter and began its descent toward the Martian surface. Everything proceeded according to plan until it did not. Approximately 50 seconds before touchdown, the lander's inertial measurement unit generated a saturation error. The onboard computer misinterpreted the data, concluded it was at or below ground level, jettisoned its parachute early, and fired its braking thrusters for only 3 seconds instead of the planned 30. Schiaparelli was still 2.3 miles above the surface. It fell for the remaining distance in free fall and slammed into Mars at over 300 kilometers per hour, shattering on impact. The entire failure, from the first erroneous sensor reading to the final crash, lasted less than 1 minute. Here is the detail that matters for our story. When Schiaparelli hit the ground, the signal confirming its destruction had not yet reached Earth. The one-way light delay between Mars and Earth on that day was approximately 9 minutes and 46 seconds. Engineers at the European Space Operations Center in Darmstadt, Germany, were still watching telemetry from nearly 10 minutes in the past. By the time they realized something had gone wrong, the lander had already been debris for the better part of a quarter hour, 9 minutes and 46 seconds. That was the communication delay that made it impossible to intervene, impossible to correct, impossible to send a single command that might have saved the mission. And Mars, relative to the outer solar system, is practically next door. Now multiply that delay by a factor of 15. At Uranus, the one-way light travel time from Earth varies depending on the orbital positions of both planets. But at an average separation of roughly 1.8 billion miles, the radio signal or laser pulse traveling at the speed of light requires approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes to make the one-way journey. That means a round-trip communication exchange. The time between sending a question and receiving an answer takes a minimum of 5 hours and 20 minutes. Under less favorable orbital geometries, when Earth and Uranus sit on opposite sides of the Sun, that round-trip delay can stretch beyond 5.5 hours. Let the operational reality of that number settle into your thinking. A crew member aboard a spacecraft in Uranus orbit notices an anomalous reading on a life support pressure gauge. They compose a message describing the anomaly, attach relevant telemetry data, and transmit it to Mission Control in Houston. Then they wait. 2 hours and 40 minutes later, a technician at the Johnson Space Center receives the message, pulls up the telemetry, consults with systems engineers, drafts a response with diagnostic instructions, and transmits it back. 2 hours and 40 minutes after that, a crew member receives the reply. The total elapsed time from initial observation to receiving expert guidance is now over 5 hours. If the anomaly was the first sign of an atmospheric leak, the crew would either have solved the problem themselves or suffocated long before Houston's advice arrived. This is not a theoretical concern. This is the foundational operational reality of any mission beyond Saturn. At Mars, the communication delay is inconvenient but manageable. Human crews could still maintain something resembling a conversation with Earth, asking a question at breakfast and receiving an answer before lunch. The delay imposes a rhythm, but it does not sever the connection. Mission Control can still participate in decision-making within the same day. At Uranus, that connection does not just weaken, it functionally ceases to exist in any operational sense. A crew at Uranus cannot consult Earth about an emergency. They cannot request real-time guidance during a critical maneuver. They cannot receive updated trajectory calculations during a time-sensitive orbital adjustment. They cannot even have a morale-boosting conversation with a psychologist without treating it as a series of 5-hour delayed monologues. The communication link becomes what engineers call store and forward. Messages sent, messages received, but no interaction, no dialogue, no real-time human connection. The crew is alone in every way that matters. The medical consequences of this isolation deserve their own reckoning because they reveal something that abstract discussions of communication delay cannot. They reveal what the delay costs in flesh. On the International Space Station, medical emergencies are rare but not unprecedented. Astronauts have experienced dental abscesses, allergic reactions, minor lacerations, urinary tract infections, and cardiac arrhythmias. In each case, the crew member consulted with flight surgeons on the ground in near real time. Telemetry from onboard medical monitors was transmitted to the Johnson Space Center, where physicians reviewed the data and provided diagnostic guidance within minutes. When Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield experienced temporary blindness in both eyes during a spacewalk when anti-fog solution from inside his helmet leaked into his eyes, Mission Control talked him through the response step by step. When astronaut Serena Aunion-Chancellor developed a deep vein thrombosis, a potentially life-threatening blood clot in her jugular vein, during her mission aboard the station in 2018, a team of radiologists and vascular specialists on the ground reviewed her ultrasound images within hours and guided her through a months-long anticoagulant treatment protocol. The clot was managed successfully. She returned to Earth alive. At Uranus, Serena Aunion-Chancellor would very likely be dead, not because the clot itself was untreatable, not because the ultrasound equipment would be absent from the spacecraft, but because the diagnosis required specialist interpretation that no generalist crew member could provide with confidence, and the treatment protocol required ongoing consultation with vascular medicine experts who could adjust dosages based on follow-up imaging. Each consultation cycle, sending images to Earth, waiting for analysis, receiving updated instructions, would consume over 5 hours. The deep vein thrombosis can dislodge and become a pulmonary embolism, a clot in the lungs, within minutes. The window between a manageable condition and a fatal one is measured in hours, not days. The crew at Uranus would need to diagnose, treat, and manage the condition entirely on their own, using medical training that, however extensive, cannot replicate the depth of a vascular surgery fellowship. And blood clots are not the most frightening scenario. Consider appendicitis. On Earth, a ruptured appendix is a surgical emergency that kills within days if untreated. The treatment is an appendectomy, a routine operation in a hospital, but an extraordinarily dangerous procedure in a spacecraft. Some Mars mission planners have proposed prophylactic appendectomies for crew members before departure, removing the appendix preemptively to eliminate the risk. This is a reasonable precaution for a 3-year mission. For a 25-year Uranus mission, the list of organs and conditions that might require surgical intervention over a quarter-century of life is far too long for prophylactic removal to address. Gallstones, kidney stones large enough to obstruct the ureter, hernias, intestinal obstructions, bone fractures requiring surgical repair, dental emergencies requiring extraction, or root canal under anesthesia, tumors. The radiation environment of deep space significantly elevates the crew's cumulative cancer risk over the mission duration. If a crew member develops a malignant tumor in year 9 of the outbound cruise, the treatment options available aboard the spacecraft would be limited to whatever surgical capability and pharmaceutical stockpile was loaded before departure. There would be no oncologist, no radiation therapy equipment, no chemotherapy infusion center, no pathology lab to analyze biopsied tissue. The crew member and their shipmates would face an agonizing decision: attempt a surgical resection with improvised tools and non-specialist hands, administer whatever anti-cancer drugs happen to be aboard, and hope the formulation matches the cancer type, or accept the diagnosis as terminal and manage the crew member's decline over months or years while the rest of the crew continues the mission. Every one of these scenarios has been studied in the context of Mars missions. NASA's Human Research Program maintains an extensive evidence base on medical risks for long-duration spaceflight, and the Mars Design Reference Architecture includes detailed medical kit specifications, crew medical training requirements, and contingency protocols for a range of emergency scenarios. But these plans are designed for missions lasting 3 years, not 25. The probability of a crew member experiencing a serious medical event during a 3-year mission is calculated in the low single-digit percentages. Over 25 years, the cumulative probability that at least one crew member will face a life-threatening medical condition that would be routine to treat on Earth, but nearly impossible to manage in a deep space habitat approaches something closer to certainty. The pharmaceutical stockpile presents its own degradation problem. Medications have shelf lives. Most oral drugs begin to lose potency after 2 to 5 years, even under ideal storage conditions. Injectable medications degrade faster. Antibiotics, analgesics, cardiac drugs, anti-seizure medications, epinephrine, insulin, all have finite stability windows that fall far short of a 25-year mission duration. Some researchers have proposed onboard pharmaceutical manufacturing, using raw chemical precursors and automated compounding equipment to produce medications on demand. This technology is in its infancy and has never been tested in spaceflight. The crew relying on it would be trusting their lives to a prototype drug factory operating in a radiation-soaked, microgravity environment for decades, without maintenance support from Earth. The medical autonomy problem crystallizes the compounding cost of remoteness more viscerally than any engineering calculation. Delta V budgets and mass ratios are abstractions. The image of a crew member bleeding internally while their shipmates attempt surgery by the light of a headlamp, guided by a medical textbook loaded onto a tablet, with the nearest hospital 2 billion miles and 15 years away, is not an abstraction. It is the human reality of what 5 hours of communication delay actually means when the emergency is not a sensor glitch or a software error, but a body that is failing. This isolation transforms the crew from passengers and operators into something unprecedented in the history of human spaceflight. They must become their own mission control. Every function that has traditionally been distributed across thousands of ground personnel, trajectory analysis, systems monitoring, failure diagnosis, medical evaluation, science planning, schedule management, resource allocation, must be performed by the crew themselves in real time with no external verification and no safety net. The psychological literature on long-duration spaceflight isolation refers to this condition as Earth-independent operations, and it has been studied extensively in the context of Mars missions. But the studies always assume a delay measured in minutes, not hours. They assume that while real-time conversation is impossible, same-day problem-solving is not. They assume that in a genuine emergency, a crew could transmit a distress signal and receive meaningful help within an hour. At Uranus, none of these assumptions hold. A crew facing a genuine emergency, whether a fire, a decompression, a medical crisis, a navigation error, or a critical systems failure must resolve it entirely on their own or die. There is no cavalry. There is no abort option. There is no emergency return trajectory that gets them home in time for a rescue. The nearest human beings are 1.8 billion miles away, separated by a communication gap wider than any ocean, any desert, any distance that any human crew has ever faced. And communication delay is only the first compounding factor. It multiplies every other challenge the mission faces, transforming manageable problems into existential ones. Consider life support. On the International Space Station, which orbits approximately 250 miles above Earth's surface, life support systems are maintained by a combination of onboard crew and continuous ground support. When a carbon dioxide scrubber fails, replacement parts can be delivered on the next resupply mission, typically within weeks or months. When a water recycler malfunctions, engineers on the ground analyze telemetry, identify the fault, and uplink repair procedures. The station is resupplied by cargo spacecraft from multiple nations several times per year, bringing food, water, spare parts, experiments, and crew comfort items. On a Mars mission, resupply becomes impossible during the transit phases, but the total mission duration of roughly 3 years means that engineers can pre-position enough consumables and spare parts to cover the entire mission with reasonable margins. If a critical system fails, the crew can attempt repairs using onboard spares, and if the repair fails, the mission timeline is short enough that degraded operations can sustain the crew until they return home. At Uranus, the mission duration obliterates both of these safety models. A round-trip mission would span roughly a quarter century at minimum, and could stretch past 3 decades, depending on propulsion technology, trajectory design, and the duration of orbital operations at Uranus. During that entire span, the crew receives 0 resupply. Every calorie of food, every liter of water, every canister of breathable atmosphere, every replacement filter, every circuit board, every bolt and washer and tube of adhesive must be loaded onto the spacecraft before it leaves Earth orbit. There is no second shipment. There is no emergency delivery. If a water recycler fails in year 7 of the outbound cruise and the crew cannot repair it with onboard materials, they will die of dehydration billions of miles from home with no possibility of rescue. The mass implications of this requirement are staggering. NASA's Mars mission architecture studies suggest that a crew of 4 requires on the order of 15,000 to 30,000 kilograms of consumables, spare parts, and life support equipment for a 3-year mission. Scale even the lower end of that range linearly to a multi-decade Uranus mission, and you reach hundreds of thousands of kilograms of consumables alone before accounting for crew habitat mass, propulsion systems, scientific instruments, or fuel. And linear scaling is optimistic because longer missions require exponentially more redundancy. On a 3-year mission, you might carry 2 backup water recyclers. On a 25-year mission, you need backups for the backups and repair kits for the backups of the backups. Because the probability of multiple sequential failures over that time frame approaches certainty, every additional kilogram of mass that must reach Uranus orbit imposes a cascading cost on the propulsion system. This is where the rocket equation becomes not just a constraint but a wall. The Tsiolkovsky rocket equation describes the relationship between a spacecraft's velocity change, the efficiency of its engine, and the ratio of its initial mass, fully fueled, to its final mass after burning the propellant. The relationship is logarithmic, which means that adding a small amount of payload mass requires a disproportionately large increase in fuel mass. Double the payload does not mean double the fuel. It can mean 4 times the fuel, or 8 times, depending on the delta V requirements. For a Uranus mission, the total delta V budget is enormous. The spacecraft must accelerate out of Earth orbit, execute orbit insertion at Uranus, conduct orbital maneuvers during the science phase, escape Uranus orbit, and decelerate into Earth orbit upon return. The propellant for later phases must be carried through all earlier phases, adding mass that requires even more propellant to accelerate. The return fuel becomes the single largest mass driver of the entire mission. This is the insight that separates Uranus from Mars in the most fundamental way possible. On a Mars mission, the return fuel is a manageable fraction of the total mission mass. Engineers can even manufacture some of the return propellant on Mars itself using in-situ resource utilization, converting Martian carbon dioxide and water ice into methane and liquid oxygen. This dramatically reduces the amount of return fuel that must be launched from Earth. On a Uranus mission, there is no in-situ resource utilization. Uranus has no accessible solid surface. Its moons are small, icy bodies with no confirmed deposits of useful propellant precursors. Every kilogram of return fuel must be launched from Earth, accelerated to trans-Uranian velocity, carried for over a decade through deep space, decelerated into Uranus orbit, stored throughout the operational phase, and then burned to escape the Uranian system. The tyranny of the rocket equation turns this return fuel into the dominant mass element of the mission. In some preliminary analyses, the return propellant accounts for more than 70% of the spacecraft's initial mass in orbit. This is not an engineering inconvenience. It is a structural impossibility with current technology. The spacecraft required to execute a crewed Uranus round trip would need to be assembled in orbit from multiple launches, each one costing billions of dollars, with in-space assembly techniques that have never been demonstrated at this scale. The total mass in low Earth orbit required to support such a mission would likely exceed 1 million kilograms, roughly 5 times the mass of the International Space Station, which itself required over 30 missions and more than a decade to assemble. And unlike the space station, which was built in a comfortable low Earth orbit where resupply and crew rotation was straightforward, the Uranus mission vehicle must be fully assembled, fully tested, and fully provisioned before departure. Once it leaves Earth orbit, there are no corrections, no additions, no do-overs. Now layer the propulsion burden on top of the communication delay and the life support duration. Each problem feeds the others. The communication delay means the crew cannot receive real-time engineering support, which means the spacecraft must carry more redundant systems, which adds mass, which requires more fuel, which adds more mass. The extended mission duration means more consumables, which adds mass, which requires more fuel. The fuel for the return trip must survive decades of storage in deep space, enduring thermal cycling, radiation exposure, and micrometeorite impacts, which requires additional shielding and containment systems, which adds mass. Every solution to one problem creates a new mass penalty that worsens every other problem. This compounding spiral is why experienced mission designers describe Uranus not as a harder destination, but as a different class of destination. The word they use most often in technical literature is prohibitive, not impossible in the absolute physics sense, because nothing about a Uranus mission violates the laws of physics, but prohibitive in the practical engineering sense, meaning that the resources required exceed anything that foreseeable technology, funding, or institutional commitment can provide. Radiation adds yet another compounding layer. In low Earth orbit, the International Space Station sits within Earth's magnetosphere, which deflects most of the high-energy particles streaming from the Sun and from galactic sources. Astronauts aboard the station still receive elevated radiation doses compared to people on Earth's surface, but the exposure is manageable for missions lasting a year or two. On a Mars mission, the crew spends approximately 7 to 9 months in interplanetary space each way, exposed to galactic cosmic rays and the risk of solar particle events. This is a serious concern, and Mars mission planners devote significant effort to radiation shielding design. The total transit time through unshielded space is roughly 14 to 18 months, plus whatever time the crew spends on the Martian surface, where the planet itself provides partial shielding from below. On a Uranus mission, the crew spends the overwhelming majority of their mission in interplanetary space with no planetary body providing any shielding at all. 12 to 17 years of outbound travel, a period of orbital operations at Uranus, and 12 to 17 years of return travel. That is 25 to 35 years of continuous exposure to galactic cosmic rays, which are high-energy particles, primarily protons and heavier nuclei, that no practical amount of shielding can fully stop. Galactic cosmic rays are so energetic that they penetrate several meters of solid material, even inside a heavily shielded spacecraft. The crew would accumulate radiation doses far exceeding any limits currently established by space agencies. NASA's current career radiation exposure limit for astronauts is calibrated to ensure that an individual's risk of exposure-induced death from cancer does not exceed a certain threshold. As of 2022, NASA standardized this to a single career dose limit of 600 millisieverts for all astronauts, regardless of age or sex. On a Uranus round trip, depending on shielding effectiveness and solar activity, the crew could accumulate total doses measured in the thousands of millisieverts, potentially exceeding the career limit by a factor of 10 or more, based on interplanetary radiation measurements from the Mars Science Laboratory. The biological consequences of sustained exposure are not precisely known because no human has ever experienced it, but extrapolations from radiation biology suggest significantly elevated lifetime cancer risk, potential central nervous system effects including cognitive degradation, and possible cardiovascular damage. The radiation problem has no clean solution. You can add more shielding. Shielding adds mass, which requires more fuel, which adds more mass. You can design the spacecraft with a heavily shielded storm shelter for use during solar particle events, but galactic cosmic rays cannot be sheltered against in the same way because they come from all directions continuously. Some researchers have proposed using magnetic fields to deflect charged particles, but generating a magnetic shield strong enough to protect a crude volume in deep space requires enormous power, and superconducting magnets whose feasibility in this application remains entirely unproven. Every proposed mitigation adds complexity, mass, power demands, and failure modes. And then there is the human mind. Psychological research on long-duration isolation is extensive but limited in scope. Antarctic winter over cruise, submarine deployments, space station expeditions, and ground-based isolation studies like Mars 500 and Sirius have provided valuable data on how humans respond to confinement, monotony, interpersonal conflict, sleep disruption, and separation from family. But even the longest of these studies lasted only 520 days, and the participants knew throughout that they could be evacuated in an emergency. They knew that Earth was reachable. They knew that the experiment had an end date that fell within a psychologically manageable time frame. The Uranus crew would face isolation of a categorically different nature. Not 500 days, not even 1,000 days, over 9,000 days, outbound alone, with no possibility of evacuation, with the knowledge that if a crew member suffers a psychotic break, a severe depressive episode, or a violent interpersonal conflict, there is no way to remove them from the group, no way to bring in a replacement, no way to adjust the social dynamics of a tiny sealed community hurtling through the void at tens of thousands of miles per hour. The crew must function as a unit for decades. They must maintain professional relationships, manage conflicts, sustain motivation, and preserve cognitive function through years of monotony punctuated by rare intervals of intense activity. No human group has ever been tested under these conditions. No psychological model can predict with confidence whether it is even possible. Studies of isolated Antarctic crews have documented phenomena including insomnia, irritability, cognitive slowing, depression, hostility, and social withdrawal, and these appear in groups that know they will be relieved within 12 months. In Mars 500, which confined 6 crew members in a simulated spacecraft for 520 days, researchers observed significant disruptions to sleep-wake cycles, reduced activity levels, and psychological withdrawal among crew members during the middle portion of the mission. The psychological literature refers to this as the third quarter effect, a predictable decline in morale and performance that occurs roughly 3/4 of the way through any confined mission, when the novelty has worn off and the end is not yet visible. On a Uranus mission, the third quarter effect would arrive not after a few months, but after years. The crew would hit this psychological trough somewhere around year 8 or 9 of the outbound cruise, still years away from Uranus, already years away from Earth, with nothing visible outside the windows except the same unchanging star field they have been staring at since departure. The nearest planet would be a faint dot. Earth would be a pale blue pixel, indistinguishable from hundreds of other stars. The sun would be a slightly brighter point of light, no longer capable of warming skin or illuminating a room. The crew would exist in a sensory environment so impoverished that it defies comparison to any human experience in history. And there would be no rescue, no abort, no option to turn back early if someone breaks down. No option to call for help if the group dynamic collapses. The crew is committed from the moment they leave Earth orbit. The trajectory is fixed. The propellant is allocated. The consumables are finite. There is no shortcut home. There is no emergency exit. There is only the mission, stretching forward through years of emptiness, toward a destination that offers no comfort and no relief, followed by more years of emptiness on the return. Every element of the mission reinforces every other element in a feedback loop of compounding difficulty. The distance creates the communication delay. The delay creates the autonomy requirement. The autonomy requirement demands more onboard systems and redundancy. More systems mean more mass. More mass demands more fuel. More fuel adds more mass. The extended mission duration demands more life support consumables, which add more mass. The radiation exposure increases with duration, requiring more shielding, which adds more mass. The psychological strain increases with duration and isolation, demanding more crew support systems, which add more mass. Every solution feeds the problem it was meant to solve. This is the compounding cost of remoteness. It is not that any single challenge of a Uranus mission is unsolvable in isolation. Communication delay can be managed with autonomous systems. Life support can be extended with closed-loop recycling. Radiation can be partially mitigated with shielding. Propulsion can theoretically be scaled up with nuclear systems. Psychological strain can be partially addressed with crew selection and support protocols. But when you stack every one of these challenges on top of every other one, and you apply them all simultaneously over a duration of 25 to 35 years with no resupply, no rescue, and no margin for error, the total burden exceeds anything that current or near-future engineering can carry. The Mars mission is hard. The Uranus mission is not harder. It is a different thing entirely. It is what happens when distance stops being a number and starts being a force that multiplies every vulnerability, amplifies every risk, and strips away every safety net that human spaceflight has always relied upon. And the destination itself, the pale frozen giant waiting at the end of that decade-long journey, offers nothing to ease the burden. What arrives to greet the crew at Uranus is not a new world full of possibilities. It is a world that actively refuses human presence. That is what comes next. Every destination humanity has ever explored, from the bottom of the ocean to the surface of the moon, has offered something upon arrival. Some resource, some foothold, some physical feature that a human crew could use, study from close range, or build upon. The deep ocean floor offered mineral deposits and bizarre ecosystems clustered around hydrothermal vents. Antarctica offered solid ground, breathable air at the surface, and ice that could be melted for water. The moon offered a rocky surface to stand on, regolith that could be studied, and a gravity well shallow enough that returning home required a single engine burn lasting 7 minutes. Even Mars, the most ambitious crewed destination currently under serious planning, offers a solid surface, a thin but real atmosphere that can be used for aerobraking and potentially for manufacturing propellant. Water ice buried beneath the regolith, the day-night cycle almost identical to Earth's, and a gravitational pull just strong enough to keep human bones from deteriorating as rapidly as they would in microgravity. Uranus offers none of this. Not one element. The seventh planet from the Sun is not merely inhospitable. It is fundamentally incompatible with human presence in a way that no previously considered crewed destination has ever been. Begin with the most basic question any explorer asks upon arrival. Where do we land? On the Moon, you land on the surface. On Mars, you land on the surface. On the moons of Jupiter, if a crewed mission ever reaches them, you land on their surfaces. Landing gives you a fixed reference point, a base, a place to stand while you do your work. At Uranus, there is no surface. The planet is classified as an ice giant, but the word ice is misleading. It is a massive sphere of gas and supercritical fluid, roughly 4 times the diameter of Earth, with a deep interior of water, methane, and ammonia compressed to pressures so extreme that the materials behave like hot, dense liquid, rather than anything resembling familiar ice. There is no boundary between atmosphere and surface. No solid ground exists at any depth that a spacecraft could reach. The atmosphere simply grows denser and hotter as you descend, transitioning smoothly from thin gas to crushing fluid. At the depth where pressures reach the levels found at the bottom of Earth's deepest ocean trenches, you are still thousands of kilometers from anything that might be called a core. And that core, if it exists in any distinct form, is a region of rock and exotic ices compressed to temperatures exceeding 4,000 degrees Celsius, under pressures millions of times greater than Earth's atmospheric pressure at sea level. A spacecraft descending into Uranus would not land. It would be progressively crushed and dissolved. The atmospheric probe proposed for the robotic Uranus Orbiter and Probe mission is designed to survive to a depth of roughly 1 to 5 atmospheres of pressure, transmitting data for approximately 90 minutes before the increasing heat and compression destroy it. That probe is a small, ruggedized capsule with no crew aboard. A crewed vehicle could not even attempt this descent. There is no destination at Uranus in the physical sense that the word has always carried on exploration. There is only an atmosphere that gets progressively more lethal the deeper you go, surrounding a core that would vaporize any material long before you reached it. This means that a crewed mission to Uranus is not a landing mission. It is an orbiter mission. The crew would remain aboard their spacecraft, circling the planet from a safe distance, operating instruments remotely, and deploying probes into the atmosphere below. This is scientifically valuable but operationally devastating, because it eliminates every advantage that a human crew might offer over a robotic one. The primary justification for sending humans instead of robots to any destination has always been adaptability. Humans can react to unexpected discoveries in real time. They can improvise repairs, adjust experimental protocols on the fly, and make intuitive decisions that robotic systems cannot replicate. On the surface, Apollo astronauts recognized geologically significant rocks at sight and altered their collection plans accordingly. On Mars, human geologists could examine outcrops, drill cores, and make field decisions about where to look for biosignatures far more effectively than any rover. These advantages depend on physical presence. On the human being standing on the ground, touching the rocks, seeing the terrain with their own eyes. In orbit around Uranus, these advantages vanish. The crew cannot walk on the planet. They cannot collect samples by hand. They cannot examine surface features in person because there is no surface. They operate instruments from inside a sealed spacecraft, processing data on screens, commanding robotic probes via radio links that function identically whether the operator is in orbit around Uranus or sitting in a control room on Earth. The 13-year communication delay between Earth and a robotic Uranus orbiter is a genuine limitation that the local crew could overcome by providing real-time probe. But the question becomes whether overcoming that limitation justifies sending human beings on a 25-year trip through the most hostile environment in the solar system. The answer, in cost-benefit terms, is almost certainly no. The moons of Uranus add complexity to this picture, but do not fundamentally change it. Uranus has 27 known moons, 5 of which are large enough to be considered major satellites: Miranda, Ariel, Umbriel, Titania, and Oberon. These moons are geologically fascinating. Miranda, the smallest of the five, displays one of the most bizarre surfaces in the solar system, a fractured, jumbled landscape of intersecting ridges, deep canyons, and mismatched terrain that suggests the moon was either torn apart and reassembled by tidal forces or experienced cryovolcanic resurfacing at some point in its past. Aerial shows signs of relatively recent geological activity, with smooth plains and flow features that may indicate past eruptions of water-ammonia mixtures. Both Miranda and Ariel are considered possible ocean worlds, meaning they might harbour subsurface liquid water oceans beneath their icy crusts, maintained by tidal heating from Uranus. These are extraordinary scientific targets. But being extraordinary scientific targets does not make them viable destinations for human crews. Titania, the largest, has a surface gravity approximately 4% of Earth's. Miranda, the most geologically interesting, is only 290 miles across, with surface gravity less than 1% of Earth so weak that an astronaut standing on its surface could throw a base here into orbit. These are tiny, icy worlds with no atmospheres, no protection from radiation, and no accessible resources that could support a human presence. Landing a crewed vehicle on one of these moons would require yet another propulsion stage, additional fuel for descent and ascent, surface habitat modules, extravehicular activity suits designed for near vacuum conditions, and power systems capable of operating on surfaces that receive almost no sunlight. The surface temperature on the uranium moons hovers around -200 degrees Celsius. At that temperature, metals become brittle, lubricants freeze solid, and battery chemistry degrades catastrophically. Every piece of equipment designed for surface operations would need to be engineered for thermal extremes that far exceed anything faced on the Moon or Mars. And even if a surface mission to one of Uranus's moons were technically feasible, the scientific return would not justify the incremental cost. A robotic lander equipped with a drill, spectrometers, and seismometers could investigate the surface composition, search for evidence of subsurface liquid, and return data to an orbiting relay for transmission to Earth. This is precisely what the robotic Uranus orbiter concept is designed to do, without the need to keep human beings on an airless ice ball 2 billion miles from Earth. Consider energy. At Earth's distance from the Sun, every square meter of surface oriented toward the Sun receives approximately 1,361 watts of solar energy. This is enough to power modern solar panels at efficiencies of roughly 20 to 25%, generating several hundred watts per square meter. Solar energy is the backbone of most near-Earth spacecraft and plays a significant role in Mars mission concepts. At Jupiter, roughly 5 astronomical units from the Sun, solar intensity drops to about 50 watts per square meter. This is still usable, as the Juno spacecraft demonstrates, but it requires very large solar arrays. At Uranus, roughly 19 astronomical units from the Sun, solar intensity plummets to approximately 3.4 watts per square meter. This is not a reduction, it is an elimination. To generate the same electrical output as a modest rooftop solar installation on Earth, the spacecraft at Uranus would need solar panels covering an area larger than several football fields. The structural mass alone of such an array, before accounting for deployment mechanisms, pointing systems, and wiring, would add tens of thousands of kilograms to the spacecraft. Solar power is therefore not viable at Uranus for any practical purpose. The mission must rely entirely on nuclear power. The two candidate technologies are radioisotope thermoelectric generators and compact fission reactors. Radioisotope thermoelectric generators are proven technology used on Voyager, Cassini, New Horizons, and the Mars Curiosity and Perseverance rovers. They convert heat from the natural decay of plutonium-238 into electricity. They are reliable, long-lived, and require no moving parts, but their power output is modest, typically between 110 and 300 watts of electrical power per unit at the beginning of their life, depending on the generator design, and their output decays over time due to both plutonium decay and thermocouple degradation. Real-world performance data from Mars rovers shows total power loss rates significantly exceeding simple fuel. After a decade, the generator may produce only 60% of its initial output. After 25 years, the remaining power could fall well below half the starting figure. A crewed spacecraft requires vastly more than a magnetic probe, life support systems, thermal regulation, lighting, computers, communications transmitters powerful enough to send data across nearly 2 billion miles, scientific instruments, and the various pumps, fans, compressors, and motors that keep a habitat functional demand for continuous electrical power on the order of tens of kilowatts minimum. To provide this from radioisotope thermoelectric generators alone would require dozens of units, each containing several kilograms of plutonium-238, a material so scarce and expensive that the United States restarted domestic production in 2015 after a gap of nearly 3 decades, and the Department of Energy's target production rate is only approximately 1.5 kilograms per year. A crewed Uranus mission requiring 50 or more kilograms of plutonium-238 would consume decades of production capacity before a single watt was generated. The alternative is compact fission reactors. NASA and the Department of Energy have developed small fission reactor concepts, including a full power demonstrator that produced approximately 1 kilowatt, and the more ambitious Fission Surface Power project, targeting approximately 40 kilowatts for lunar surface operations. These reactors use enriched uranium fuel and Stirling engines to convert thermal energy into electrical power. They represent a promising technology path, but as of 2026, no fission reactor has been operated in space by the United States since the Snapton A experimental reactor in 1965, which ran for only 42 days before a voltage regulator failure shut it down. Operating a fission reactor aboard a crewed spacecraft for 25 to 35 years continuously, without the ability to perform physical maintenance, replace worn components, or refuel, is an engineering challenge without any precedent in the history of spacecraft or terrestrial nuclear operations. Reactor fuel rods degrade over time, control mechanisms wear, radiation damages reactor structural materials, cooling systems develop leaks. Every failure mode that nuclear engineers manage terrestrial reactors through regular inspection, maintenance, and refueling must instead be prevented entirely through design robustness, because a crew 2 billion miles from Earth cannot call a nuclear maintenance team, and power is not the only resource the destination fails to provide. Water, oxygen, and food are the 3 consumables that dominate life support planning for any crewed mission. On the International Space Station, water is recycled with approximately 93% efficiency, meaning the station recovers roughly 93% of the water it uses, including water originating from crew urine and atmospheric humidity. The remaining 10% is lost and must be resupplied from Earth. In a 3-year Mars mission, this loss rate is manageable. Requisition supplies and slight margins cover the gap. On a 25-year Uranus mission, a 10% water loss rate turns into a catastrophic deficit. If the crew begins with 10,000 kilograms of water, they lose 1,000 kilograms per year in efficiency. After 10 years, half their water is gone. Before the mission is half over, they face rationing and dehydration and death. To avoid this, the water recycling system must achieve efficiency above 99% sustained over decades without failure. No such system exists. Even the most advanced recyclers currently operational require regular maintenance, filter replacement, and occasional major component swaps using parts delivered from Earth. And they still lose several percent of total water volume per cycle. Food presents an even more intractable problem. Current space food technology relies on prepackaged meals with a shelf life of approximately 2 to 3 years. Beyond that time frame, nutritional content degrades, flavors deteriorate, and the caloric density of the food declines. A 25-year mission would require food that either lasts an order of magnitude longer than anything currently available, or is produced aboard the spacecraft through agriculture. Bioregenerative life support systems, essentially onboard greenhouses, have been studied extensively but have never been demonstrated at the scale to feed a crew. Growing enough food for 4 to 6 people requires significant volume, lighting energy, water, and nutrient cycling infrastructure. The mass and power requirements of an onboard agricultural system capable of supplementing or replacing packaged food for decades add yet another layer to the already crushing mass budget. Now step outside the engineering constraints and consider what the crew actually experiences when they arrive. After 12 to 17 years of travel, enduring the communications the isolation, the radiation, the confinement, the psychological strain, they reach Uranus orbit. They see a pale blue-green disk hanging in darkness. Uranus is one of the most visually featureless planets in the solar system. Unlike Jupiter with its swirling bands and great red spot, unlike Saturn with its magnificent rings visible from millions of miles away, Uranus presents a uniform cyan sphere to the naked eye. Voyager 2's images from 1986 revealed a world so bland in appearance that mission scientists initially joked that the probe had photographed a billiard ball. Later enhanced images and subsequent observations by ground-based telescopes, the James Webb Space Telescope, have revealed subtle banding, seasonal cloud patterns, and atmospheric patterns. But to the unaided eye, Uranus remains visually underwhelming compared to the gas giants. The rings of Uranus exist, but are thin, dark, and nearly invisible in a spectacular system. They would not provide the visual spectacle that a crew might hope for after a decade of scaling. The moons, while scientifically fascinating, are small and distant. Even Miranda, the innermost of the major satellites, orbits at a distance of roughly 80,000 miles from the planet's center. To the crew, these moons would appear as tiny points of light, requiring telescopes to resolve into disks. The lighting conditions compound the sensory deprivation. At 19 astronomical units from the Sun, Uranus receives about 1/400th the sunlight that Earth receives. The illumination at Uranus is comparable to deep twilight on Earth, roughly 350 times dimmer than a bright sunny day. The planet and its moons are lit by a dim, distant sun that has shrunk from the life-giving disk visible from Earth to a bright but small point of light barely distinguishable from a very bright star. Shadows are faint, colours are muted. The entire scene is cloaked in permanent low-light gloom that no amount of spacecraft window design can overcome. The magnetic environment adds an invisible layer of hostility. Uranus possesses one of the strangest magnetic fields in the solar system. Unlike Earth, where the magnetic axis is roughly aligned with the rotational axis, Uranus's magnetic field is tilted approximately 59 degrees from its rotational axis and offset from the planet's center by about 1/3 of the planet's radius. This creates a magnetic field that wobbles chaotically as the planet rotates, producing a magnetosphere that is constantly reconfiguring itself. The radiation environment within this magnetosphere is poorly understood because Voyager 2's single flyby provided only a snapshot. The crew operating in Uranus orbit for months or years would be exposed to trapped radiation bands, whose intensity, distribution, and variability are largely unknown. The Casmius mission concept, presented at the 57th Lunar and Planetary Science Conference in 2026, specifically identified the magnetospheric environment of Uranus as one of the highest priority science targets, precisely because it is so poorly characterized. This is key. When scientists identify a phenomenon as a high priority research question, they are acknowledging that current understanding is insufficient. For a robotic probe, insufficient understanding of the radiation environment is a risk factor to be managed through shielding and instruction. For a human crew, it is a potentially lethal unknown. Operating in an environment whose radiation characteristics cannot be predicted with confidence means accepting a degree of risk that no crewed mission in history has ever accepted. The temperature at Uranus adds another layer. The upper atmosphere reaches a minimum temperature of roughly -224 degrees Celsius, making it the coldest planetary atmosphere in the solar system, colder even than Neptune despite being closer to the Sun. This extreme cold affects spacecraft operations in multiple ways. Thermal management becomes a primary engineering concern. Just 259. Electronics must be heated to function. Mechanical joints must be protected from freezing. Optical systems must be prevented from fogging or cracking. On a crewed spacecraft, the thermal control system will simultaneously reject waste heat from the habitat interior, and crew metabolism and equipment generate warmth, while preventing the exterior from reaching temperatures that would cause structural or mechanical failure. This bidirectional thermal management must function continuously for years with no maintenance from the ground. Even the orbital mechanics at Uranus work against a human mission. Uranus's extreme axial tilt of 97.77 degrees means the planet essentially rolls around the Sun on its side. During certain phases of its 84-year orbit, the poles point nearly directly at the Sun, creating extreme seasonal variations in illumination and atmospheric dynamics. The orientation of the ring plane and the orbital planes of the Moon to an approaching spacecraft depend heavily on when the mission arrives. Certain arrival windows offer better geometry for moon flybys and orbital insertion than others, but these windows are separated by decades. Missing an optimal window could mean accepting a suboptimal orbit that limits scientific return or increases propulsion consumption. The 2022 Planetary Science Decadal Survey recommended a launch window in the early 2030s specifically because a Jupiter gravity assist would be available, reducing transit time and fuel requirements for the robotic orbiter. That window was subsequently pushed to the mid to late 2030s due to plutonium production shortfalls. For a crewed mission, which would require even more precise trajectory optimization, the available launch windows would be even more constrained. Missing a window could delay the mission by a decade or more, during which political support, funding, crew readiness, and spacecraft systems would all degrade. Strip away the engineering details and look at what remains. A crew that has spent over a decade in transit arrives at a destination that cannot be landed on, that provides no usable resources, that generates almost no solar energy, that bathes them in poorly understood radiation, presents visually as a dim, featureless disk in permanent twilight, that is surrounded by tiny icy moons offering no atmosphere and no shelter, and that sits so far from Earth that calling for help is a 5-hour exercise in futility. Mars is hard, but Mars gives you something back. It gives you ground to stand on. It gives you ice to melt. It gives you carbon dioxide to convert into fuel. It gives you a 24-hour day cycle to anchor your biology. It gives you a sky that changes, a horizon that recedes, a landscape that rewards exploration. Mars is a world that resists human presence, but does not reject it entirely. The crew on Mars can work outside, can build, can improvise, can adapt. Uranus gives you nothing. It takes everything you bring and offers only data and time. Data that a robotic spacecraft could collect almost as effectively, at a fraction of the cost, with none of the risk, and without requiring a crew to sacrifice decades of their lives to gather it. This is the devastating asymmetry at the heart of the Uranus question. The scientific value of exploring the ice giant is enormous and widely recognized. Understanding Uranus is critical to understanding the most common class of exoplanets. Characterizing its atmosphere, its interior structure, its magnetic field, and its moons would fill gaping holes in planetary science. The 2022 Decadal Survey ranked a Uranus mission as the highest priority flagship mission for precisely these reasons. But every one of those scientific objectives can be achieved by a robotic spacecraft. Not as quickly, not as flexibly, but adequately. The case for sending humans to Mars rests partly on science and partly on the unique capabilities that human presence brings to surface exploration. The case for sending humans to Uranus rests on nothing except the desire to say that we did it. And that desire, however deeply felt, does not justify asking a crew to spend a quarter century inside a metal tube only to arrive at a planet that offers them absolutely nothing to work with. The destination is real. The science is real. The planet is there, spinning silently in the darkness, keeping its secrets behind veils of methane and hydrogen. But the gap between what Uranus offers to robots and what it offers to humans is a chasm so wide that no engineering brilliance can bridge it. The ice giant does not merely fail to welcome human visitors, it renders their presence meaningless in every practical sense. And it is this meaninglessness, this absence of reciprocity between the destination and the crew, that transforms the mission from a question of engineering into a question of ethics. Because the real horror of a crewed Uranus mission is not the engineering difficulty. It is not the communication delay, the propulsion burden, or the radiation exposure. The real horror is what happens to the human beings who go, what happens to their lives, their relationships, their sense of connection to the species they left behind. What happens when you send people so far from home, for so long, toward a destination that cannot sustain them, that the journey itself becomes the only thing the mission is? That is the threshold this story has been approaching, and it is time to cross it. There is a moment in every journey outward from home when the traveller looks back and realizes that the distance has changed something. Not just the view, not just the scale. Something inside the experience of being a person connected to a place. Sailors in the age of exploration described this moment. Antarctic explorers documented it. Apollo astronauts spoke about it with an almost religious intensity. There is a point where home stops being a place you left and starts becoming a memory you carry, where the idea of return shifts from an expectation to a hope, and then from a hope to an abstraction. Every previous human mission to space has stayed safely on one side of that line. A crewed mission to Uranus would cross it. Consider what the mission actually looks like from the inside, not the engineering, not the propulsion budgets or the mass ratios or the delta V calculations. Consider the human life that unfolds within the mission's timeline. A crew is selected. For a mission of this magnitude, the selection process would begin a decade or more before launch. Candidates would be drawn from the most experienced astronaut corps in the world, people who have already demonstrated the psychological resilience, technical skill, and physical endurance required for long-duration spaceflight. They would undergo years of specialized training, not only in spacecraft systems, orbital mechanics, and scientific instrumentation, but in medicine, surgery, dentistry, psychology, conflict resolution, mechanical repair, electrical engineering, agriculture, nuclear reactor operation, and 100 other disciplines that a crew 2 billion miles from Earth must master because there is no one else to call. The crew would train together for years before departure, forging the kind of interpersonal familiarity that either becomes deep trust or quiet resentment. There is no way to know which it will become until the mission is underway. Launch day arrives. The crew boards their vehicle, assembled in orbit over multiple launches, a habitat module connected to propulsion stages, fuel tanks, power systems, science platforms, and the accumulated supplies for a mission expected to last a quarter century or more. The final inspections are completed. The last supply vessel undocks and departs. The crew fires the transuranium injection burn, a sustained engine firing that accelerates the spacecraft out of Earth orbit and onto a trajectory toward the outer solar system. Within hours, Earth has shrunk from a blue marble to a blue dot. Within days, it is indistinguishable from the surrounding stars without optical magnification. Within weeks, even through the spacecraft's telescopes, Earth is just another faint point of light in the constellation of inner planets clustered near the Sun. The first year passes. The crew settles into routine, exercise, system checks, science preparation, communication with Earth, already delayed by minutes that stretch into tens of minutes, then hours as the spacecraft climbs outward past Mars, past the asteroid belt, past Jupiter's orbit. The crew watches Jupiter grow from a bright star to a visible disk, then shrink again behind them as they continue outward. If the mission uses a Jupiter gravity assist, There is a period of intense activity as the spacecraft executes the flyby, gathering additional velocity from Jupiter's immense gravitational field. For a few weeks, the crew has a destination to focus on, a planet to photograph, a gravitational maneuver to monitor. Then Jupiter falls behind, and the long intense begins. Year 2, Year 3. The spacecraft is now beyond Saturn's orbit, deeper into the solar system than all but a handful of human-made objects have ever traveled. The sun is noticeably dimmer, no longer the blazing disk that dominates Earth's sky, but a brilliant point source that provides measurable warmth only to the most sensitive instruments. The crew's communication delay with Earth has stretched past 2 hours one way. Conversations with family have become exchanges of video letters, recorded monologues sent into the void with the knowledge that a reply will not arrive for nearly 5 hours. Birthdays are celebrated with messages from home that were recorded the previous day, followed by the steadily widening gulf of space. Year 4, Year 5, Year 6. The routine has calcified. Every activity aboard the spacecraft is governed by schedules designed to maintain physical fitness, psychological stability, and operational readiness. The crew exercises for 2 hours daily to combat the bone density loss and muscle atrophy caused by prolonged exposure to microgravity or the partial artificial gravity provided by whatever rotational system the habitat employs. They maintain the life support systems, replacing filters, cleaning water recycler components, and monitoring atmospheric composition. They conduct scientific observations of the interplanetary medium, measuring solar wind properties, cosmic ray densities, and dust particle densities. They study, they read, they watch entertainment media loaded onto the ship's servers before departure, a library that grows no larger as the years pass. They talk to each other. They try not to talk to each other too much. The psychological literature calls this phase the monotony plateau. It is the period after initial adjustment and before arrival anticipation, when the mission offers the least novelty and the greatest risk of psychological degradation. On a Mars mission, this plateau lasts perhaps 4 to 6 months. On a Uranus mission, it lasts the better part of a decade. During these years, the crew ages. This is obvious in the abstract, but devastating in the specific. A crew member who departed Earth at age 35 is now 41. Their children, if they have them, have started school, learned to read, made friends, lost friends, developed personalities and interests and fears that the crew member knows about only through time-delayed video messages. The crew member's parents have grown older, possibly ill, possibly dead. News from Earth arrives with a delay that makes it feel less like information and more like archaeology. By year 6, the crew member has spent more consecutive time away from every person they love than any human being in history has ever spent away from anyone. And they are not even halfway to Uranus. Year 8, Year 9, Year 10. The spacecraft has been traveling for a decade. It has covered roughly 1 billion miles. But Uranus, depending on the trajectory, may still be hundreds of millions of miles away. The sun has shrunk further. Outside the spacecraft windows, the universe looks exactly the same as it did 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago. The same stars, the same black holes, the same unchanging void. The human visual system evolved to extract information from a rich, dynamic environment, full of movement, color, depth, and change. Inside a deep space habitat, the visual environment offers almost nothing. The walls are the same, the equipment is the same, the faces are the same, the view out the window is the same. For 10 years, the sensory environment aboard the spacecraft deserves particular attention because it represents a deprivation that no previous spaceflight crew has experienced in its duration. Aboard the International Space Station, astronauts look down at Earth every 90 minutes. They see continents, oceans, thunderstorms, city lights, auroras. The visual richness of low Earth orbit provides constant novelty and a powerful psychological anchor to the planet below. On a Mars transit, the crew can watch Mars growing brighter and larger as they approach. a visible marker of progress. On a Uranus transit, there is nothing. The destination is too faint to resolve with the naked eye for the first decade of travel. Earth has long since vanished into the background star field. The sun has dimmed to a point source indistinguishable in apparent brightness from a moderately bright star. The windows show the same unchanging void, month after month, year after year. The human visual system evolved to extract survival information from a dynamic environment, to notice movement, to detect change, to scan horizons. Inside the spacecraft, it has nothing to work with. The psychological cost of a decade of visual monotony at this scale has no research basis because no analogous situation has ever occurred in the history of human spaceflight. Somewhere around year 12, perhaps year 14, the crew begins to see Uranus, not with the naked eye at first, but through the spacecraft's telescopes. A faint blue-green dot growing incrementally brighter against the star field. For the first time in years, there is something new to look at, something to anticipate. The approach phase begins, and with it, a resurgence of purpose and activity. The crew prepares instruments, reviews orbital insertion procedures, runs simulations, checks and rechecks the propulsion systems that must perform flawlessly to capture them into Uranus orbit. The mood lifts. The destination they have been travelling toward for longer than many marriages last is finally becoming real. Orbit insertion succeeds. The engines fire for a carefully calculated duration, shedding velocity, and Uranus's gravity catches the spacecraft into a stable orbit. For the first time since leaving Earth, the crew is somewhere. They have arrived. They are in orbit around another planet. The elation is genuine and overwhelming and absolutely temporary, because now they are at Uranus. And Uranus, as we have already seen, offers nothing. No ground, no air, no resources, no warmth, no sunlight worth measuring. A featureless disk of pale cyanide below them, illuminated by a sun so distant it has lost its authority. Tiny moons visible only as points of light. Rings so faint they require specialized instruments to photograph. The radiation environment that no one fully understands. Darkness in every direction except the dim smudge of the planet below and the scattered glitter of stars that have been their only companions for 14 years. The science begins. The crew deploys atmospheric probes, commands moonfly landings, collects magnetospheric data. The atmospheric system studies the atmospheric dynamics with instruments far more capable than Voyager 2, carried 4 decades ago. The data is extraordinary. Each discovery adds to the understanding of ice giant physics, magnetospheric science, and satellite geology. Papers will be written, textbooks will be revised. The crew is doing exactly what they came to do, but the science phase has a planned duration, perhaps 2 years, perhaps 3. Eventually the data collection is complete, the probes are expended, the instruments have surveyed every target on the observation plan, and then the crew faces the moment that has been waiting for them since before they launched. The moment they must fire their engines again, escape Uranus orbit, and begin the journey home, 12 to 17 years home. The crew member who left Earth at age 35 is now approximately 50. They have spent 15 years inside this spacecraft. They have aged from early adulthood into middle age without ever standing in an open field, breathing unprocessed air, feeling rain on their skin, or holding another human being who is not a member of their tiny crew. Their children are grown. Their parents may be dead. Their professional peers on Earth have had entire careers, risen through institutions, retired. Technological generations have turned over. The world they return to will not be the world they left. And they still have over a decade of travel ahead of them. This is the threshold. This is the line that no previous human mission has ever approached. Not the distance, not the engineering, not the hostile destination. The threshold is temporal. It is the point where the duration of the mission exceeds the duration of the life you left behind, where the mission does not interrupt your life but replaces it. where you do not take a leave of absence from your existence on Earth, but abandon it entirely, spending the prime decades of your adult life inside a sealed container moving through a void, connected to home by nothing except radio signals that take hours to deliver and hours more to receive a response. Every astronaut who has ever flown to the International Space Station has returned to a life that was still recognizable. Their home was still there. Their family was still waiting. Their career had paused, not ended. The world had not fundamentally changed in 6 months or 12 months. The astronaut reintegrated, resumed, continued. A crew returning from Uranus would find no continuity to resume. 25 to 35 years will have passed. If they left in 2045, they would return sometime between 2070 and 2080. The political landscape would be unrecognizable. The technological landscape would be unrecognizable. Cultural references, social norms, communication styles, even language itself evolves measurably over 3 decades. The crew would return as living anachronisms, relics of an era that the rest of humanity had moved beyond. Their children would be in their 40s or 50s. Their grandchildren, if any existed, would know them only as a name in a history book and a face in decades-old photographs. The crew would not be returning home. They would be arriving at a place that shares a name with home that bears little resemblance to the world they remember. This temporal displacement has a psychological weight that the word homesickness does not begin to capture. Studies of prisoners released after long sentences document a phenomenon called institutionalization, where the individual has adapted so thoroughly to the confined environment that the outside world becomes threatening, disorienting, and overwhelming. Returning astronauts from 6-month space station missions report a milder version of this, describing the strange difficulty of readjusting to open spaces, unrestricted movement, and unscheduled time. For a crew returning after 3 decades, the readjustment would not be a discomfort. It would be a full psychological reconstruction, and this assumes they return clean. A 25-year mission provides 25 years of opportunities for failure. Every system aboard the spacecraft, from the primary propulsion engines to the water recycler filters to the nuclear power supply, must function for a duration that exceeds the operational lifetime of most commercial aircraft, most power plants, most bridges. Mechanical systems wear out, seals degrade, electronic components accumulate radiation damage, software encounters edge cases that no testing program anticipated. On a 3-year Mars mission, the probability of a mission-critical failure is calculable and manageable through redundancy. On a 25-year mission, the cumulative probability of at least one critical failure approaches certainty, not because any individual system is unreliable, but because time is the universal solvent that eventually degrades everything. A failure in the outbound cruise phase might be recoverable if spare parts exist, and the crew has the technical skill to perform repairs. A failure during the Uranus orbital phase might be recoverable if it does not involve the propulsion system, but a failure in the return cruise phase years into the journey home, with spare parts inventories depleted by decades of consumption, with equipment that has been running continuously for 20 or more years, with a crew whose physical and psychological reserves have been drawn down to their lowest levels, such a failure would likely be terminal. Not because rescue is difficult, but because rescue is physically impossible. No spacecraft exists or could be launched from Earth in time to reach a crew stranded in the outer solar system. The distances are too vast, the travel times are too long. A distress signal from a failing spacecraft between Uranus and Saturn would take 2 or more hours to reach Earth. A rescue mission, even if one could be assembled instantly, would take a decade or more to reach the crew's position. The crew would be dead for years before help arrived. There is a temptation, when confronting the extremity of a Uranus mission, to reach for historical analogies. To say that this is no different in principle from what Magellan's crew faced when they sailed westward into an ocean no European had ever crossed. or what Shackleton's men endured when the Endurance was crushed by Antarctic ice and they were stranded on a frozen sea with no communication and no rescue for nearly 2 years, or what the first Polynesian voyagers risked when they set out across the Pacific in open canoes, navigating by starlight toward islands they were not certain existed. These stories are invoked constantly in discussions of ambitious space exploration because they carry an emotional authority that engineering arguments do not. If those explorers could endure isolation, danger, and the possibility of never returning, surely a modern crew with advanced technology could endure a mission to Uranus. The analogy is seductive. It is also completely false, and understanding why it fails is essential to understanding what a Uranus mission actually represents. Begin with the most fundamental difference. Every historical explorer, no matter how remote their destination, lived within Earth's biosphere for the duration of their journey. Magellan's crew breathed air. They drank water that fell from the sky. They caught fish from the ocean. They felt wind on their faces and rain on their hands. When they were hungry, they could sometimes forage on unfamiliar shores. When they were thirsty, they could sometimes find freshwater streams. The physical environment was hostile, often brutally so, but it was fundamentally compatible with human life. A sailor who fell overboard could swim. A castaway on a desert island could build a shelter from available materials. The biosphere, however grudgingly, supported human existence. A crew aboard a Uranus-bound spacecraft inhabits a bubble of artificially sustained biology, moving through an environment of absolute and instantaneous lethality. The vacuum of space is not an ocean that might drown you if you are careless. It is an environment that kills you in approximately 15 seconds if your habitat is breached. There is no foraging. There is no fishing. There is no finding fresh water on an unfamiliar shore. Nothing outside the hull sustains them. The biosphere is not the planet they orbit or the space they traverse. The biosphere is the vessel itself, a closed system carrying every resource the crew will ever access, with no possibility of replenishment from any external source. If the vessel fails, the biosphere ends. Shackleton's men, stranded on the Antarctic ice for 22 months, survived by hunting seals and penguins, melting ice for water, and burning seal blubber for heat. Their situation was desperate, but the environment provided raw materials for survival. They adapted, improvised, and endured because the Antarctic, for all its hostility, is a place where biological organisms exist. Animals live there. Water exists in solid form. The air is breathable, if bitterly cold. The crew stranded in deep space between Saturn and Uranus with a failed propulsion system would have no seals to hunt, no ice to melt, no air to breathe that they did not bring with them. They would have the consumables remaining in their habitat and the time those consumables could sustain them. When the consumables ran out, they would die. There is no improvisation possible when the environment contains literally nothing that a human body can use. The communication dimension of the analogy fails equally. Shackleton was out of contact with the outside world for his entire stranding, but the reason was technological, not physical. Radio technology existed in 1915, but Shackleton's equipment lacked the range to reach the outside world from their location in the Weddell Sea. Had he possessed a radio transmitter, he could have called for help, and a rescue ship could have reached him within weeks or months. The problem was equipment, not distance. For a crew at Uranus, the problem is distance in the most absolute physical sense. Radio signals travel at the speed of light and cannot be made to travel faster. Even if the crew possesses the most powerful communication equipment ever built, their distress signal will not reach Earth for nearly 3 hours, and a rescue mission cannot reach them for over a decade. Shackleton's isolation was technological and temporary. The Uranus crew's isolation is physical and fundamental. The Polynesian voyagers offer perhaps the closest emotional parallel. People who set out across an immense ocean toward a destination they had reason to believe existed, but could not confirm, knowing they might never return. But the Polynesians carried with them the skills and knowledge to sustain themselves wherever they landed. Their destination, if they reached it, would provide soil, fresh water, edible plants, fish, timber for shelter. The Polynesian model of exploration was one of potential settlement. Arrival meant the possibility of a new life. Arrival at Uranus means orbiting a planet you cannot touch, studying moons you cannot walk on, and then turning around to face another decade and a half of travel through the same void you just crossed. The deepest failure of every historical analogy is temporal. Magellan's circumnavigation took roughly 3 years. Shackleton's stranding lasted less than 2. The longest Polynesian voyages measured in weeks or months. Even the most extreme examples of human exploration, overwintering in the Arctic, multi-year whaling voyages, or the rare cases of castaways stranded for a decade, fall far short of the 25 to 35 years that a Uranus round trip would demand. No human being in the age of exploration spent the majority of their adult life on a single voyage. A Uranus crew member would, and unlike every historical explorer, the Uranus crew cannot quit. A dissatisfied sailor could desert at the next port. The mutinous crew could turn the ship around. These options were often impractical or suicidal, but they existed as psychological pressure valves that prevented the feeling of absolute entrapment. A crew in deep space has no port. There is no direction to march. The trajectory is ballistic, following a path determined by orbital mechanics, and deviating from it requires propellant budgeted to the last kilogram for essential maneuvers. The crew cannot turn around because turning around would consume fuel allocated for orbit insertion. They cannot slow down because every change in velocity has downstream consequences for the rest of the mission. They are passengers on a trajectory that was calculated before they launched and that will carry them forward regardless of whether they want to continue. This is the reality that no historical analogy captures, not the danger. Danger is common to all exploration, not the isolation. Isolation has precedent, not even the possibility of death, which every explorer has faced. What has no precedent is the totality of commitment. The absolute, irrevocable, decades-long surrender of personal autonomy to a mission architecture that cannot be altered once it begins. No explorer in human history has ever faced a situation where the decision to depart was also irrevocably and without possibility of amendment. The decision about how they would spend the next 25 to 35 years of their life, that is new. That is what Uranus demands. And that is why every comparison to Magellan, Shackleton, or the Polynesian wayfinders ultimately collapses under the weight of the difference. This is what separates a Uranus mission from every other human spaceflight concept ever seriously considered. It is not the difficulty of getting there, it is the impossibility of rescue. On the Moon, rescue was theoretically possible within days. On the International Space Station, crew evacuation is available at all times through permanently docked Soyuz or Dragon capsules. On a Mars mission, abort scenarios exist for various mission phases, and even in the worst case, the crew is within 3 years of Earth. On a Uranus mission, from the moment of transuranium injection onward, the crew is beyond the reach of any rescue capability that human civilization possesses or is likely to possess within the foreseeable future. This means the crew departs Earth knowing with absolute certainty that if anything goes seriously wrong, they will die. Not might die. Not face an elevated risk of death. Will die. No one is coming. No one can come. The nearest human beings are years of travel time away. The crew's survival depends entirely on the reliability of machines that must work for longer than any comparable machines have ever worked, maintained by a handful of people who must remain physically healthy, mentally sharp, and emotionally stable for longer than any human beings have ever been required to remain so under comparable conditions. This knowledge changes the nature of the mission from its first moment. It transforms the crew from explorers into something else, something that does not have a clean word in the vocabulary of spaceflight. They are not colonists because they are not establishing a permanent settlement. They are not emigrants because they intend to return. They are not exiles because they chose to go, but they share with all of these categories the defining characteristic of people who have crossed a boundary beyond which the connection to home becomes more theoretical than real. The philosopher Hans Blumenberg wrote about the shipwreck as a metaphor for human existence. The idea that consciousness is a kind of vessel moving through an environment it was not designed for, always at risk of being overwhelmed by forces it cannot control. A crew aboard a Uranus-bound spacecraft would live inside this metaphor literally. Their vessel is the only barrier between their biology and the absolute hostility of deep space. If the vessel fails, they fail. If the vessel endures, they endure. There is no middle ground, no partial survival, no limping home on damaged systems the way a wounded ship might limp to the nearest port. And here is the part that transforms this from an engineering discussion into something deeper. The question is not whether humanity could theoretically build a spacecraft capable of reaching Uranus and returning. Given unlimited funding, unlimited time, and unlimited tolerance for risk, some version of the mission might be technically achievable within the next century. The question is whether any human being should be asked to undertake it, whether the scientific return justifies the human cost, whether the knowledge gained by having a human crew at Uranus rather than a robotic probe is worth decades of human lives spent in confinement, isolation, and mortal risk. The honest answer is that it is not because the science is unimportant. The science is profoundly important. Understanding Uranus is critical to understanding the most common type of planet in the galaxy, characterizing its atmosphere, interior, magnetosphere, and moons would reshape planetary science, inform exoplanet research, and answer questions about solar system formation that have persisted for decades. But every one of these objectives can be achieved by robotic missions at a fraction of the cost, a fraction of the risk, and without asking human beings to sacrifice the central decades of their lives to gather data that a well-designed probe could collect nearly as well, the Uranus orbiter and probe, if it is eventually funded and launched, will make the same long journey to Uranus, enter orbit, deploy an atmospheric probe, conduct a multi-year survey of the planet and its moons, and transmit its findings back to Earth. It will do this without a single human heartbeat aboard, without a single calorie of food consumed, without a single hour of sleep lost to anxiety, without a single family separated for a generation. The probe does not need to come back. It does not carry the weight of return. And that is the final devastating clarity that Uranus forces upon us. The first humans to reach Uranus will not come back, not because physics absolutely forbids it under every conceivable future technology, but because the mission as a human experience is so profoundly lopsided, so weighted towards sacrifice, and so empty of reciprocity that the return is not the triumphant second half of the journey. It is a theoretical appendix attached to a mission that has already consumed everything the crew had to give. The return does not restore what the mission took. It cannot give back the decades. It cannot reverse the aging. It cannot rebuild the relationships that dissolved across 2 billion miles of silence. The crew returns, if they return, not as heroes stepping onto a stage, but as strangers arriving at a place they no longer recognize, carrying data that could have been gathered by a machine. This is the threshold that Uranus represents. Not a wall in the engineering sense, though the engineering walls are formidable. A threshold in the human sense. The point where exploration stops being a temporary departure from ordinary life and becomes a permanent severance from it. The point where the word mission stops meaning a task with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and starts meaning something closer to a sentence. A commitment so total, so consuming, and so irreversible that it changes the identity of everyone who undertakes it. The solar system is not a ladder. It is a series of concentric boundaries, each one marking a different relationship between the explorer and the home they leave behind. The moon is close enough that you can watch Earth hanging in the sky, blue and bright and reachable, a 3-day journey away. Mars is far enough that Earth shrinks to a star, but close enough that you can still hold a delayed conversation, still receive news, still feel connected to the species you belong to. Jupiter is far enough that the connection begins to strain. Saturn is far enough that it starts to thin. Uranus is where it breaks. Not because communication becomes impossible. Radio waves still travel at the speed of light. Messages still arrive, hours late, but they arrive. Not because the return becomes physically impossible. Given enough fuel, enough mass, and enough engineering, a trajectory home exists. It breaks because the human organism, the biological and psychological entity that has to survive inside the spacecraft for the entire duration, is not built for this. We did not evolve to endure decades of confinement in a sealed habitat, separated from every natural environment that sustains our mental health, cut off from every social bond that gives our lives meaning, aging in a metal tube while the people we love grow old without us. We evolved on a planet with open skies, changing seasons, communities of hundreds and thousands, physical touch, sunlight on skin, the sound of wind and water and other voices. Every one of these things would be absent for the crew of a Uranus mission, not for months, but for the majority of their adult lives. The first humans to reach Uranus, if they ever exist, will not be explorers in the way the word has always been used. They will be something new, something the language of spaceflight does not yet have a word for. People who crossed a threshold that cannot be uncrossed. People who traded their lives on Earth for a destination that offered them nothing except the knowledge that they reached it. People who looked back toward a pale dot of sunlight and understood, with a clarity available only to those who have travelled far enough, that home was not behind them waiting. Home was something that happened a long time ago, to people they used to be, in a world that had already moved on. The terrifying truth about Uranus was not that it is far away. Far away is a number. A number can be overcome with enough velocity and enough time. The terrifying truth is that a human mission there would not just cross space, it would cross a boundary in the human experience of exploration itself. The boundary where going out and coming back stop being two halves of the same story and become two separate stories told about two separate lives. The crew that departs is not the crew that returns. The world that launches them is not the world that receives them. The mission does not end where it began. It ends somewhere else entirely, in a future that neither the crew nor the world that sent them can predict, carrying wounds that no homecoming ceremony can heal. Uranus will be explored. The ice giant's secrets will be unlocked. Its atmosphere will be sampled, its moons will be mapped, its magnetic field will be modelled with precision, but the explorers will be made of metal and silicon, not flesh and bone. There will be probes and orbiters and landers, machines that do not age, do not grieve, do not lie awake in the darkness, wondering whether the people they love still remember their faces. The machines will go because they can go without losing anything. The humans will stay because going would cost them everything. And in that asymmetry lies the final answer to the title of this story. The first humans to reach Uranus will never come back, not because the physics forbids it absolutely, but because the mission would take so much from them, so many years, so many connections, so much of the life that makes a person, that even if their bodies return to Earth, the people who left would already be gone.
There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy, the Milky Way. Or maybe there are 200 billion. Or maybe 400 billion. No one really knows. In the universe, there are 100 billion galaxies. And as technology improves, that number could increase to 200 billion galaxies. No one is certain. At the start of the 20th century, there was only one galaxy, our own. Clearly, over the past 100 years, our knowledge of the universe has expanded, but there's still a long way to go. After more than 40 years, Voyager 1 has left the influence of the solar wind and is heading for interstellar space. Most of its instruments have been switched off and its nuclear battery is running low. It will be many thousands of years before it reaches anything other than interstellar debris. By then, the craft will be long dead. Cosmic distances are so vast that sending a probe to investigate anything beyond our solar system is not practical. The only realistic way we have of exploring the universe beyond our neighborhood is by examining the light that reaches us. The telescope is the main tool we have for this investigation, and for centuries astronomers have been building ever larger instruments to see deeper into the cosmos. In the 20th century, conventional telescope design reached its limit. Past 8 meters in diameter, the curved primary mirror becomes so heavy that it will sag. As it is aimed at different targets, its precise curve is distorted by the effects of gravity. In addition, any extra resolution gained by the larger mirror is not delivered because of atmospheric distortion. One way to solve both these problems is to put a telescope in space. The Hubble Space Telescope is the best known example. While the absence of atmospheric distortion was a breakthrough producing very sharp images, both operational and maintenance costs are considerable, and there are launch constraints on the size of a telescope that can be delivered to orbit. But engineers have developed a new generation of Earth-based telescopes with segmented mirrors that overcome the limits to size and can nullify much of the distortion caused by the atmosphere. The twin Keck telescopes on Mauna Kea in Hawaii were early adopters of this technique. Both have 10-meter mirrors, each in 36 hexagonal segments. Sensors monitor the mirror's shape, and actuators behind each segment continually correct for any distortions to the curve. The system is called active optics. A similar system that works at a more rapid rate monitors the stability of a bright guide star, or an artificial guide star generated by a laser. The adaptive optics system reads wavefront changes in the atmosphere, then adjusts the mirror's shape to minimize any distortion. This image of Jupiter, using adaptive optics, rivals those captured by an orbiting telescope. Observatories are located at high altitude, where the air is dry and there is no light pollution from nearby cities. The European Southern Observatory has clusters of telescopes at several sites, high in Chile's Atacama Desert. At Paraná, 4 identical large telescopes each have 8.2-meter mirrors. They can combine their light using interferometry. In addition, 4 auxiliary 1.8-meter telescopes can link into the cluster. Collectively, they are the Very Large Telescope Interferometer, or VLTI. Visible light is just a small part of the electromagnetic spectrum. ESO has another facility northeast of Paraná on the Chaknanchal Plateau. Here, an array of 66 radio dishes observe in millimeter and sub-millimeter wavelengths. They are linked and also function as an interferometer. Observing in the microwave part of the spectrum is particularly useful as these frequencies penetrate gas and dust clouds that remain opaque to higher energy signals. The more widely the telescopes are separated, the better the angular resolution they can deliver. This property led radio astronomers around the globe on a unique collaboration. If radio telescopes around the world could link up, perhaps they could see the unseeable. General relativity predicted bodies so massive with such strong gravitation that not even light could escape from them. They were called black holes, and at first they were regarded as a mathematical anomaly. But evidence mounted suggesting that black holes were more than just a theoretical curiosity. At the center of some galaxies, light far more intense than could be expected from stars has been detected. Massive bodies, such as young stars, attract diffuse matter, which begins swirling and flattens into what's called an accretion disk. Just as planets orbit stars, it's now accepted that galaxies orbit supermassive black holes. The very bright light comes from the accretion disk surrounding the black hole. Matter in the accretion disk is accelerated to incredible speeds, generating intense heat. Along the axis of rotation, jets of ionized material are ejected at close to the speed of light. Computer modeling indicated that the vast energy generated by a black hole's interaction with material in the accretion disk could be detected. The silhouette is the event horizon, the boundary beyond which light cannot escape.
If you want to make a test of the fundamental theories of the universe, you want to go to the most extreme laboratories in the universe, and a black hole is that.
Astrophysicists knew that by linking widely separated radio telescopes, the resolving power of the combined instruments would increase dramatically. The first attempt at imaging the black hole at the center of our own galaxy was made in 2006 using instruments in Arizona and Hawaii. It was not successful, but researchers learned a lot, realizing more telescopes were required. By 2009, international collaboration between 8 different telescopes had coalesced. They aimed to capture an image of the supermassive black hole at the center of Messier 87.
So for this experiment, it was clear that we need expertise from completely different areas. And so we needed someone with imaging capabilities, we needed someone with numerical relativity capabilities, and we might be looking at someone who can try to find this additional information via pulsars. And so just being part of this team means you work completely differently.
The project was named the Event Horizon Telescope. Instruments in North and South America, Europe, Hawaii, and even in Antarctica would unite to form a telescope with a virtual diameter equal to the Earth. None of these facilities was designed to work as part of such a large array, and the technical difficulties facing the team were immense. Signals from all the sites would have to be processed at a central location, yet the distances that separated them were so great that a direct line linking them was impractical. Data transfer would take place via computer hard drives that were moved from the place of acquisition to 2 locations, the Max Planck Institute in Bonn and the MIT Haystack Observatory in Massachusetts.
The Event Horizon Telescope collaboration is a collaboration of more than 200 scientists with different backgrounds. They all come from different parts of the world. They have different experiences, different set of skills. They are engineers, observers, theoreticians, and they all work together not only to image the event horizon of a black hole, but also to understand what we're seeing.
Theoreticians already understood that while a black hole could only ever appear as a silhouette, its influence upon light emanating from surrounding matter would be dramatic. By using mathematical simulation, NASA came up with a moving image of what they thought the EHT project would reveal. Viewed from above, the swirling accretion disk appears without distortion. The smooth inner circle is the photon ring, light in orbit just outside the event horizon. When viewed from the side, the black hole's gravitation bends light from the accretion disk so it can be seen from several angles at the same time. But no one really knew what they would see. For decades, evidence had accumulated that a black hole at the center of galaxy M87 was consuming huge amounts of material, Unusually high emissions across the electromagnetic spectrum were detected in this region, and images from the Hubble Space Telescope revealed a huge jet of matter extending out light years. In April 2017, the EHT was scheduled to make a series of coordinated observations of the heart of the M87 galaxy. Each observatory had been equipped with its own atomic clock, as all data had to be meticulously time-stamped. Good weather had to happen simultaneously at each site, and a go-no-go decision was made several hours before each observation. April the 5th, 6th, and 7th had good conditions, with data being collected. Observations were suspended on the 8th and 9th due to strong winds at the sites in Mexico and Arizona, with the final night's observations made on the 10th and 11th of April.
We have this terrible period of waiting where we don't know if it's all working. We send all of our data together, and only when it's truly combined do we know if it's working. And then the even harder part begins of analyzing that data and being very, very careful, doing all the checks and balances to know that we got it right.
During the observation period, 5 petabytes, that's 5,000 terabytes, of data was recorded. The hard drives upon which it was stored weighed half a ton. They were transported to correlators in Westford, Massachusetts, and to Bonn in Germany. While this was relatively simple for most sites, limited access to the South Pole Telescope delayed its data for several months. Interpreting radio data as a picture relies upon the black hole's gravitation bending past the electromagnetic waves. The EHT will only be able to see the individual points from rays that are bent toward the Earth. It is the correlation of all these points that builds them into a recognizable image.
Seeing a black hole actually allows us to not only know they exist, not only know an event horizon exists, it also allows us to test some of the very basic predictions of the theory of general relativity of Albert Einstein, which really describes space and time in its completeness. And that has never been tested before.
In April 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope team released their image of the active center of the M87 galaxy. At its heart was the silhouette of one of the largest black holes we know. It's roughly 38 billion kilometers across, the diameter of our solar system. Its mass is 6.6 billion times greater than our sun. After predictions flowing from the general theory of relativity more than 100 years ago, the world finally has proof that black holes do exist. But this is not the end for the EHT team. Expanding the number of telescopes in the network will enhance resolution, and there are plans to investigate the black hole at the center of our own galaxy.
The future of this project is amazing. Right? We have done something extraordinary. We've made the first picture of a black hole, and now we want to do even more. Now we want to make the first movie. Now we want to understand how space-time rotates around the black hole. We'll do that by putting more telescopes around the world to make our virtual lens even better.
Investigation into black holes is not restricted to radio astronomy. The New Technology Telescope at La Silla in Chile, the first instrument equipped with active optics, began long-term observation of the stars at the center of our own galaxy in 1992. The NTT observed in the infrared part of the spectrum because only that light was able to penetrate the heavy clouds of gas and dust shrouding the central regions of the Milky Way. A team from the Max Planck Institute plotted the positions of the stars, building up an image of the way they moved. They began using the larger telescopes of the European Southern Observatory at Paranal when they came online. Over 16 years, they mapped the paths of 28 stars.
Well, you see, the Milky Way Center is one of the most important laboratories we have to study in very great detail what's happening inside the galaxies, in much more detail than we ever hoped to do in all other galaxies. Yet, here we are. We can study whether there's a central black hole, what happens around it, and so forth. All very general issues which you would like to explore and which you cannot really study that much in detail in a galactic program.
Results showed that the stars are orbiting an invisible point, which must be our own galaxy's black hole. Analysis of their highly eccentric paths suggests the Milky Way's black hole is slightly greater than 4 million times the mass of our Sun. Of particular interest is the star S2, which is in a 16-year orbit of the black hole. Its elliptical path was due to take it to its closest pass and its highest speed in April 2018.
We want to use it as a tool to test whether general relativity, the theory of Einstein, is actually wrong or right.
General relativity predicts that the black hole's influence would distort S2's light toward the infrared as it reached 3% of the speed of light, which happened. Yet another vindication for Einstein. This test is important to researchers because general relativity predicts that time stops inside a black hole's event horizon, and they want to know if the laws of physics break down approaching these extremes. Since Copernicus proposed that the planets orbited the Sun, astronomers have speculated about planets orbiting other stars. Advances in telescope technology allow researchers to see dips in the brightness of stars that could only be caused by a transiting planet. These fluctuations in intensity gave astronomers clues about the planet's size and its orbit. A different method monitored the spectral shifts in a star's light caused by a consistent change in its position, again only explicable by an orbiting planet. Using these systems, telescopes around the world began cataloguing exoplanets. But the methods used were biased toward finding large planets, similar in size to Jupiter, but had an easily detectable influence on their star. And of all the planetary systems out there, researchers could only use these methods for planetary systems that were edge-on to the Earth. Even so, the number of exoplanets we knew about continued to grow. There were surprises. In 2012, a French team discovered an orphan planet wandering across our galaxy. It had no star. It was detected by its emissions in the infrared. It's difficult to predict the orphan planet's size, but it's certainly still at the very least several times the mass of Jupiter. Naturally, researchers were keen to see Earth-sized planets, planets that could possibly nurture life. When a new and highly accurate spectrometer called HARPS was installed at ESO's La Silla 3.5-meter telescope, this became possible. Among its discoveries are two planets orbiting Gliese 667c, about 20 light-years from Earth. The star is a red dwarf, about 1/3 the mass of our Sun. Of particular interest is Gliese 667c, a planet about 5 times the mass of the Earth, and at a distance from its star that puts it in the habitable zone. Statements about conditions on Gliese 667c have such a large margin of error that much more work needs to be done before it could be declared a possible venue for life as we know. Another star, 40 light-years away, has a greater range of possibilities. TRAPPIST-1 is an ultra-cool red dwarf star orbited by 7 planets, all of them close to Earth in size. To date, this is the largest number of exoplanets detected orbiting an individual star. At least 3 of the planets are considered in the habitable zone. Many different observatories have been gathering data about the TRAPPIST-1 system, but we still know so little about what kind of environments the different planets might have. However, the coming generation of telescopes should be able to analyze the atmospheres of the TRAPPIST's planets, so they will remain a region of close study into the future. At the moment, around 3,800 exoplanets have been catalogued, and that number continues to grow. In 2018, the satellite TESS was launched to search for more exoplanets. To have a clear view of both the northern and southern skies, TESS was placed in a 14-day orbit around the Earth at a 40-degree angle to the plane of the Moon's orbit. It will systematically map 26 segments of the sky, recording fluctuations in the brightness of nearby stars that reveal exoplanets. During its close passes of the Earth, the Planet Hunter downlinks its data to sites across the United States. Ground-based observatories will then follow up leads in a more detailed way. This type of collaboration between orbiting and terrestrial telescopes is becoming common. An interesting discovery came from the young star Beta Pictoris. Fluctuations in its light did not bear the rhythmic signature of an orbiting planet. Further investigation by the European Southern Observatory revealed 3 comets orbiting the young star. Beta Pictoris is only around 20 million years old and still displays a protoplanetary ring of dust. In TESS's first year of operations, at least 29 new exoplanets were confirmed, with a further 1,000 objects of interest listed in publicly accessible databases. During its 2-year life, TESS will image 200,000 celestial bodies, including 1,000 of the closest red dwarf stars. And there will soon be a new Planet Hunter in orbit. The Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, WFIRST, will use a different technique known as gravitational microlensing to detect much smaller exoplanets. As one star passes in front of another, its gravitation distorts the distant star's light. By monitoring the light over time, a spike in what should be a regular curve reveals an exoplanet orbiting the lensing star. But that's not WFIRST's only objective. There's a gap in knowledge that some cosmologists find embarrassing. When quantifying the speed at which galaxies rotate and the amount of mass they contain, there's a baffling mismatch. Our laws of physics say that spinning galaxies do not contain enough matter, and therefore enough gravitation, to prevent them from flying apart, and yet they don't. Astrophysicists came up with the dark matter hypothesis. This is not just matter that doesn't glow. It is matter that interacts with nothing else. The only influence it has is via gravitation. Halos of dark matter surrounding galaxies is the current method to explain why they move the way they do. Estimates say there is 5 times more dark matter than matter, yet no one can explain it. Another fascinating anomaly is that early galaxies whose light has taken more than 10 billion years to reach us, rotate at a slower rate. The influence of dark matter is not as pronounced. New generations of telescopes are being built to help researchers answer some fundamental questions about the laws governing the universe. But it seems that cosmology has reached a stage where it is just discovering how little we know about what lies beyond the solar system. Arguably, the most significant scientific instrument in history has been the Hubble Space Telescope. It has changed our understanding of the universe, yet it has posed serious new questions about the nature of matter itself. Hubble has confirmed the widespread distribution of black holes and has viewed light from galaxies more distant than anything previously seen. As well as its scientific discoveries are the stunning images. In 1609, Galileo built an early telescope and soon turned it to the night sky. The telescope was a powerful tool that led to a complete re-evaluation of the Earth's place in the universe. In 1668, Newton invented the reflecting telescope to eliminate the problem of uneven refraction of the different wavelengths of light. The reflecting telescope became the design of choice for astronomers, and in 1781, William Herschel used an instrument he had built himself to discover the planet Uranus. The Newtonian telescope was scaled up to immense proportions, and in 1924, it was with the 2.5-meter Hooker telescope at the Mount Wilson Observatory that Edwin Hubble realized the Milky Way was not the universe, but just one of countless galaxies. But there was still a problem. No matter how mathematically perfect a telescope is, its images are distorted by the Earth's atmosphere, and some wavelengths cannot reach the ground. In 1946, astrophysicist Lyman Spitzer proposed a telescope in orbit above the Earth's atmosphere. The idea clearly outstripped the technology of the time, but by 1966, NASA began launching a series of orbiting astronomical observatories. Only 2 were successful, but the telescopes in low Earth orbit were the first to see the night skies in the ultraviolet part of the spectrum. In the 1970s, plans were drawn up for a large orbiting telescope. Part of its brief was for it to be visited regularly by maintenance crews, something that would become possible when the Space Shuttle went into service. The design called for a 2.4-meter primary mirror ground within very fine tolerances, because it was required to function well into the ultraviolet spectrum. Originally known as the Large Space Telescope, it was slated for launch in 1979, but delays in construction led to several postponements, and the Challenger disaster led to more delays. In 1983, the name Hubble Space Telescope was adopted in honor of the man who confirmed that the universe was expanding. Finally, in April 1990, Hubble was ready for launch.
Sound suppression water system has started. T-minus 13 seconds. T-minus 10, go for main engine start. We are go for main engine start. T-minus 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery with the Hubble Space Telescope on the window of the Earth.
Hubble has a unique relationship with the Space Shuttle, which would revisit the telescope on 5 different occasions. At this stage, nobody understood just how vital these missions would be. To deploy Hubble, the shuttle Discovery set a new altitude record of more than 600 kilometers. The release of the telescope was routine. It took several weeks methodically checking Hubble's control and communication systems before astronomers working at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore could see Hubble's first images. Results were disappointing. Images were blurred. The telescope's mirror had been accurately ground, but to the wrong shape. An incorrectly assembled test instrument had been relied upon during manufacture, and nobody had double-checked. Soon a fix was proposed. Because the error was understood, a corrective device could be fitted to the telescope. A series of small mirrors would compensate for the primary mirror's defect. It was called COSTAR, another of those cumbersome NASA acronyms. Training astronauts for the job of accurately installing COSTAR began. The high-speed photometer would be scrapped to make room for it. In addition to correcting the optics, a number of other modifications were set in train. A new wide-field planetary camera would be installed. The original was obsolete. The telescope's solar panels would be replaced. There would be a new electronics processor, extra magnetometers, and 2 gyroscopes would be replaced.
10, 9. Can we have a go for manage and start? 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have liftoff. Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour on an ambitious mission to surface the Hubble Space Telescope.
Finally, in December 1993, the mission to repair Hubble began. It took the Endeavour 3 days to catch up with Hubble, and it was clear from the beginning that one solar panel was damaged. The work on the telescope was considerable, and there were 5 spacewalks scheduled. Firstly, the shuttle's robotic arm grabbed the Hubble so it would remain stable while the work was carried out. The work would be shared between 2 teams of 2 astronauts. Over 5 days, the allocated tasks were carried out, with the Space Telescope Operations Control Center monitoring the Hubble's performance as each new component came online. Most of the parts replaced were stowed in the cargo bay for return to Earth, the one exception being the damaged solar panel, which was set adrift in space. All 5 spacewalks went according to plan, with the only major problem being the difficulty involved in closing the telescope's doors. On the 9th day of the mission, Hubble was released. It would take controllers on the ground another month to fully check the telescope's new systems. Hubble had been repaired in December 1993. Yet it would take close to 2 months for technicians on the ground to run through a complex series of optical alignments before they could be certain that the telescope was performing correctly. When astronomers finally saw results, they were stunned at the quality it was delivering. The repair mission had been successful. With the services of a powerful new tool finally at their disposal, astronomers at the Space Telescope Science Institute began addressing the pressing list of demands for time on Hubble. In March 1993, a comet had been discovered orbiting Jupiter. Its path suggested that it had only recently been captured by Jupiter's gravitation, and that it would soon crash into the planet. No one had ever seen a collision between bodies within the solar system, and opinions differed about how visible the impact would be. Soon, Hubble captured this image of a chain of fragments. Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 had been shattered by Jupiter's gravitation. The fragments ranged in size from several hundred meters to several kilometers across. Over 6 days in July 1994, Hubble observed the pieces crash into Jupiter's unlit face. As the planet revolved, the impact region showed a series of black swirls. Some of the dark shadows were as large as the Earth, and they persisted in Jupiter's atmosphere for months. Spectral analysis from Hubble revealed diatomic sulfur and carbon disulfide. These had never been seen at Jupiter, yet the amounts detected were too great to have come in with the comet. They had been stirred up from the planet's interior. Scientists learned so much from observing these impacts, yet the observations almost didn't happen. Just days before the first impact was due, Hubble began acting unpredictably and then went into safe mode. It would not execute any of its instructions. Technicians suspected a memory problem and took measures to switch across to new memory installed on the recent service mission. Things started to improve until the spacecraft reported it had entered zero gyro some point. It appeared that 2 gyroscopes had failed and the situation had dramatically deteriorated. The problem was traced to a counter that had run out of numbers with which to count. The issue was understood and quickly resolved. The incident underlined just how complex the operations of the Hubble would be, and that the ground engineers still had to learn how to operate the new hardware. Though Hubble functions as a telescope, it is also a spacecraft that must be controlled with exquisite accuracy. Unlike other spacecraft, it has no thrusters. Chemical residue from rocket engines would quickly contaminate the precision optics. To enable it to move, Hubble has 4 reaction control wheels. As they spin, the telescope will rotate in the opposite direction. Each one has a mass of 45 kilograms, and they are controlled by the telescope's computer. Combinations of spin in any 3 wheels will allow the telescope to point accurately in any direction. They are mounted in angled pairs around Hubble's center of gravity. In 1997, on the Space Telescope's second servicing mission, one of the reaction control wheels was replaced. It had developed an electrical fault. So that Hubble can remain pointed accurately, 3 fine guidance sensors positioned toward the back of the telescope will lock onto any of a series of bright guide stars. Hubble only needs 2 guidance sensors to point with accuracy. They are so sensitive, they can detect wobble in the motion of closer stars. The third vital aspect of the telescope's pointing system is its ability to detect the rate and direction of its movement. Hubble is equipped with 6 gyroscopes that register its orientation. These are essential when pointing the telescope in a new direction. The gyros spin at 19,200 RPM and they do wear out. This is why there are 6 units, even though when designed, Hubble only needed 3 to function properly. With new algorithms, Hubble can now point with only 2 gyros, though less accurately. Work has been done to enable it to work at reduced capacity with only 1 gyroscope. Hubble can point with an accuracy better than 2 millionths of 1 degree. This ability to stay fixed on one narrow region of the sky for a very long time led astronomers to perform a unique observation. For 10 days in 1995, they pointed Hubble at a small, empty region of the sky near the constellation Ursa Major. To some, this was folly, a waste of valuable observation time. The results astounded everyone. This empty part of the sky was packed with irregular-shaped galaxies. Some were as old as 13 billion years. Hubble had looked back in time at the formation of new galaxies in a range of shapes not seen closer to our own Milky Way. It became known as the Deep Field Survey. It was the first in a series of similar explorations of areas of the sky in which nothing had previously been seen. Animators have added depth to these images by using spectral information, known as redshift, which indicates the body's distance from Earth. This was a completely new area of astronomy, and it was one reason why Hubble had been built. But the Space Telescope was already running into design constraints. Engineers began work on equipment that would upgrade the telescope's performance in the near-infrared part of the spectrum. This would be fitted during the next servicing mission, along with updated support equipment such as a solid-state recorder, which would replace the original reel-to-reel recorder. Yet even at this early stage of Hubble's life, astronomers were realizing its limitations. The distant galaxies it had seen were approaching the extent of its view in the infrared end of the spectrum. Even with enhancements, the telescope could not be kept cold enough to observe the large redshift wavelengths, revealing very old, very distant objects. Plans were drawn up for a new, larger telescope, known as the Next Generation Space Telescope, that could explore the most distant parts of the universe. But there was still plenty that Hubble could do better than any other telescope, and there appeared no reason that it wouldn't continue being refitted with the latest technology as it became available. Early in 1997, the Space Shuttle Discovery visited Hubble for a second servicing mission. Astronauts fitted new instruments to improve its reach into the infrared. In 1999, Discovery again visited Hubble. This mission had been brought forward as 4 of the gyroscopes had failed and the telescope had gone into safe mode.
3, 2, 1, and liftoff of Space Shuttle Columbia to broaden our view of the universe through the Hubble Space Telescope.
In 2002, Columbia lifted off with a new instrument, the Advanced Camera for Surveys. It would replace the Faint Object Camera, the last of Hubble's original instruments. When it departed, Hubble was again in peak condition. Less than a year later, at the close of its next mission, Columbia burnt up during re-entry. Foam insulation had come loose during launch, damaging thermal protection tiles. After an exhaustive search for debris and a thorough inquiry, it was decided that the shuttle system was aging. It would be retired upon completion of the International Space Station. All other missions were ruled out. For the Hubble Space Telescope, this was a death sentence. In the corridors of power, Hubble had friends. The sheer beauty of images from the telescope gave it a public profile, and key senators began campaigning for one last servicing mission. After a new administrator took charge at NASA, a final shuttle flight to Hubble was reinstated. Work began on what would amount to a rebuild of Hubble's operational systems, as well as another update of scientific instruments. New fine guidance sensors would be fitted. All gyroscopes would be replaced, and a new set of batteries would replace the originals that Hubble was still using. Within the imaging spectrograph, a power supply had failed, and training began to open up the unit and replace an electronics board. The advanced camera facilities had also malfunctioned, and its repair work was seen as even more detailed. Because the shuttle now had to operate with a backup, and because Atlantis could not reach the International Space Station from Hubble's orbit, the shuttle Endeavour was prepared for a rescue mission. On the 11th of May 2009, Atlantis sat on NASA's Pad 39A ready for Hubble's final servicing mission. This was to be the most complex servicing mission. It had to deliver the longest possible life for the orbiting telescope. The 14-day operation went according to plan. When problems arose, they were solved, and Hubble was eventually released as the best telescope it had ever been. On the ground, astronomers from the Space Telescope Science Institute waited for the first pictures from Hubble's new, more sensitive instruments. This means the telescope can operate more efficiently, needing less observing time than earlier incarnations. The team was quick to release examples of the new generation images. In the Eagle Nebula, the pillars of creation, thousands of light years from Earth, immense clouds of hydrogen and dust are giving birth to new stars. 5 galaxies of Stephan's Quintet in the Pegasus constellation. 4 of these are colliding. 16,000 light years from Earth, Omega Centauri in the constellation Centaurus is a globular cluster. Stars here are so densely packed that on average there is just 1/10 of a light year between them. While Hubble has been adding to its list of discoveries, everyone understands that without further servicing, the telescope will eventually die. That slow death has already started, and it's the gyroscopes that are failing. Engineers have been careful, operating just 3 gyros, keeping the other 3 as spares. By mid-2018, 3 of the units had ceased functioning. As the last of the 3 gyroscopes held in reserve was brought online, it misbehaved, and all science operations of the telescope were suspended. By recycling power to the unit, a measure akin to switching it off and back on, normal function resumed. As further gyros fail, the telescope will use its star trackers to help it point accurately. Hubble is expected to function well into the 2020s, by which time a new space telescope should be in orbit. The next generation space telescope is now called the James Webb Space Telescope, named after NASA's Apollo-era administrator. The telescope has been completed and is undergoing exhaustive checks before it is launched. It has a giant mirror of 18 hexagonal segments that is folded before deployment. Compared with Hubble, it is huge, yet the complete spacecraft weighs considerably less than Hubble. NASA built the Webb telescope in collaboration with the European and Canadian space agencies, and it will launch on Ariane 5 from the European spaceport in Kourou, French Guiana. It will orbit at the second Sun-Earth Lagrangian point, a place 1.5 million kilometers from the night side of the Earth, where the telescope can maintain a stable position. A large, very thin sun shield will protect the James Webb, allowing the optical components of the telescope to cool to around 50 degrees Kelvin. Its operational temperature must be very low to allow it to see deep into the infrared end of the spectrum. The mid-infrared instrument needs to be colder still. A cooler using helium as its refrigerant will enable the sensor to function at just 7 degrees Kelvin. The Webb Space Telescope is designed to build on the work of Hubble by seeing further back to the earliest emergence of galaxies, stars, and exoplanets.
Jupiter, vast, mysterious, the largest planet in the solar system. Made almost entirely of gas, this violent world of 400-mile-an-hour winds and storms twice the size of Earth may also be the blueprint for how planets are formed. And on one of Jupiter's 4 largest moons may lie the answer to the most important question of all. Beneath these vast ice sheets, mankind could finally discover if alien life exists. Cutting-edge space missions are unlocking the secrets of this enigmatic giant, Jupiter. past 50 years, space missions have revealed worlds we never could have imagined. From the mountains of Mars to the methane lakes of Saturn. Yet one planet captures our imagination more than any other. The greatest of them all, Jupiter. Most of what we know about Jupiter comes from one mission, Galileo, launched aboard the Space Shuttle Atlantis in 1989. Each new discovery it makes deepens our understanding of Jupiter and its moons. It may also uncover evidence of how the solar system itself was formed. "11 times bigger than the Earth, yet probably without a solid surface. Jupiter is a ball of gas and liquid, 90,000 miles across, with lightning supervolts 1,000 times more powerful than the strongest strikes on Earth, and a ring system like Saturn's, but too faint for our telescopes to see. The Great Red Spot, a single vast storm with 250-mile-an-hour winds, so huge it could swallow the Earth 3 times over. 63 moons orbit this giant. Galileo will study 4 of them: Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto.
Each of which would be a beautiful target for a space mission in and of itself.
Scientists expect dead and lifeless worlds 500 million miles from the Sun. Io, Jupiter's closest moon, is slightly larger than Earth's own moon, but Io is far from lifeless. Huge plumes of sulfur dioxide reach hundreds of miles into space.
Very peculiar surface with reds and yellows, someone nicknamed it the pizza moon.
Ganymede, the largest moon, is a world of scars and frozen slush. And Europa, most mysterious of all, its icy surface may hide a liquid ocean below. As water, there could be life. A new generation of probes are set to explore the mysteries of the Jovian system. Juno, Europa Explorer, and the underwater probe, Endorphos. 3 missions, 1 goal, to at last reveal the secrets of these alien worlds. Before Galileo, previous missions could only look from afar. In the 1970s and early 80s, Pioneer and Voyager gave us tantalizing glimpses of Jupiter and its moons, but they raised more questions than they answered. How did Jupiter form? What powers its vast storms? And why are its moons so geologically active? Before these questions can be answered, the team have to overcome a simple problem. Galileo is unable to carry enough fuel to reach its destination. NASA engineers need another way to get to Jupiter.
And they came up with a brilliant solution. We wouldn't go to Jupiter at all. We'd start by going to Venus.
By flying close to Venus and then Earth, using a gravitational slingshot method, Galileo steals some energy from the planets to accelerate itself toward its final destination, Jupiter. When Galileo arrives after a journey of 6 years, a small subprobe will detach and plunge into the depths of Jupiter's atmosphere. It will have less than an hour to analyze its surroundings before being crushed by the extreme pressure. Everyone expects Galileo to beam back extraordinary information. As the spacecraft nears the end of its journey, it coincides with a massive comet on a collision course with Jupiter. Galileo is in an ideal position to watch. It could find clues to one of the most important questions about Jupiter's history. How was it made? Up until now, scientists believe that Jupiter is made from the leftovers from the birth of the Sun, a primordial planet frozen in time. If so, the Sun and Jupiter will have very similar chemical compositions. The comet's impact will stir up chemicals from below the surface, enabling the team to analyze them and see if the theory holds true. They are about to get more than they bargained for.
I just couldn't believe that we were going to get a chance to see one body in the solar system smash into another one.
We had an up-close and personal view of this unique event.
The comet's name is Shoemaker-Levy 9, or SL9. David Levy is part of the team that first discovers it.
This was going to be the first time that a comet collided with a planet, the first time in recorded history. And we had no idea what we were going to learn from it.
The day arrives. On mountaintops and in space, more telescopes are trained on the same part of the sky than ever before. Some scientists believe Jupiter's thick atmosphere will simply swallow the comet without a trace. Others hope the impact will dredge up matter from deep inside the planet, giving us vital clues to its composition.
We were talking about the largest, biggest planet in the solar system being hit by a tiny comet. Most scientists thought it would be a fizzle. Boy, were we lucky.
As the comet approaches, Jupiter's massive gravity tears it to pieces. Now, 20 separate fragments will strike the planet, some a mile or more across. Astronomers across the globe are about to witness something amazing. One by one, the fragments hit. The largest releases as much energy as 300 million atomic bombs. A fireball shoots 2,000 miles above the top of Jupiter's clouds. Each fragment produces a separate impact cloud, visible as dark black bruises in Jupiter's southern hemisphere. They're the size of the Earth.
The first thing we saw with each impact was either the plume of dust and gas, as seen by either Galileo or the Hubble Space Telescope. Next thing we saw was the formation of the large jet black cloud all over Jupiter's southern hemisphere.
But the real surprise doesn't come from the clouds. It comes from the shock waves the impact sent through the upper atmosphere. There's only one explanation, and to astronomers, it's a revelation.
When Shoemaker-Levy 9 crashed into Jupiter, it's sort of like a rock going into a pool. It sent out waves, and the speed of the waves depends on the amount of water in the atmosphere. And the speed was faster than we thought, and so we inferred that there was more water than we had expected. You can sort of see it here. You can see the ripples spreading out, and it was the speed at which the circles grew that told us there was more water than we expected.
The discovery is a surprise. It means that the composition of Jupiter is different from the Sun. It threatens to overturn everything scientists think they know about Jupiter's formation. A new theory is needed. In 17 months, Galileo will arrive and analyze Jupiter's chemistry firsthand. Only then can the team solve the mystery. 1 year after the comet SL9 strikes Jupiter, Galileo is on its final approach. There's a lot at stake. Scientists now know Jupiter may have 10 times more water than previously thought. If so, they may need to find a whole new explanation for how this strange world formed. Galileo's first task will be to directly measure the chemistry of Jupiter's atmosphere, including the amount of water. Galileo will release a small probe into Jupiter's clouds. The probe will also measure the wind speeds and temperatures at different depths to try and explain why the weather is so violent, as well as answering the big question: is Jupiter a long-lost cousin of the Sun, or something else entirely? As the probe dives into Jupiter's atmosphere, scientists are convinced they'll find the layer of water vapor the comet revealed, giving vital clues to the planet's creation.
And I even announced a prediction at a scientific meeting, offering to bet anyone in the audience $10 that the probe would find more than a certain amount of water.
But instead of water, the probe drifts through thin, wispy gases. It has flown into a downdraft, a dry gap in the clouds. Where is the water they were expecting to find? Jupiter must have both dry areas and wet spots. It's not what they expected.
What they discovered was that Jupiter has some long-term weather patterns, spots that move around that they didn't really realize were there before.
The Galileo team holds their breath. The probe dives deeper, but still there is almost no evidence of water. Less than an hour of data is about to trigger a revolution in our understanding of how the solar system formed. The probe does detect a high proportion of heavier elements like argon, krypton, carbon, and nitrogen. It finds levels 2 to 3 times higher than found in the Sun. These elements only condense at extremely low temperatures, lower than the temperature found at Jupiter's present position.
We learned that the atmosphere of Jupiter has chemical constituents that came in with very cold material from the outer solar system.
For astronomers, the discovery is a bombshell. The presence of these elements means Jupiter must have formed in a different way than the Sun.
This little probe, in one fell swoop, showed us that all of our ideas of how planets were formed were wrong. We didn't understand how the planets were made, and we didn't understand the early solar system.
The small probe's discoveries shocked the scientific community. Could the giant planet have formed further out in the solar system, where it's colder, then migrated into its current position? Or did comets or asteroids bring the heavy elements and water to them? After 58 minutes, and before the answers become clear, the probe falls silent, burning up in Jupiter's inner atmosphere. The probe has given scientists some remarkable insights into Jupiter, its atmosphere, and how it formed. But the big question goes unanswered. In 2011, a new mission, Juno, will attempt to find the answer. It will fly closer to Jupiter and gather more information than ever before. When Galileo's small probe plunged through Jupiter's atmosphere, it hit a dry spot. Just how much water Jupiter holds is still a mystery. Juno will take a different approach. Using the latest microwave technology, a radiometer, it will scan for water around the entire planet. Scientists hope that finding the missing data will finally solve the mystery of how Jupiter was formed.
What we're really after with Juno is the ingredients. From the ingredients of Jupiter, we're going to figure out the recipe. And that's what's going to tell us how planets were made.
With the probe having completed its work, it's now time for Galileo, 130,000 miles above Jupiter, to turn its attention to another long-standing mystery, the planet's weather. How can storms 3 times the size of Earth get so big and last for over 300 years? Jupiter's weather is a maelstrom of swirling clouds, lightning storms, and massive hurricane-like vortices. For the Galileo team, it's a mystery. On Earth, weather like this is powered by the heat of the sun, but Jupiter is 500 million miles away, so there must be some other source of power. Its most famous feature is the Great Red Spot, a storm whose clouds tower 5 miles above the atmosphere and plunge deep into a chemical soup below.
The red spot is red because of the chemicals that are trapped there in the center of the red spot have been baked and cooked by ultraviolet light and then turned red.
Astronomers have watched the Great Red Spot for at least 300 years. On Earth, even the biggest storms only last about 2 weeks. So how does the biggest storm in the solar system, 3 times wider than the Earth, get enough energy to rage unchecked for centuries? Scientists believe smaller thunderstorms could hold the answer. In order to solve the mystery, they had planned to video the Great Red Spot and other smaller storms in action. Understanding the mechanics of these turbulent weather systems, the Galileo team hoped to reveal the source of their power. With the high-gain antenna out of action, this simple solution won't be possible. The team back at Mission Control need a new approach.
Instead of making long, continuous movies, we made 3-step movies. You watch the red spot, you come back a few hours later, watch it again, and so it's just a 3-step movie instead of a continuous movie.
Galileo hones in on a turbulent area of small white spots caused by what they think is convection or rapidly rising air. If these are storms, they will need to find proof. They need to locate another of Jupiter's most extraordinary features. Lightning bolts, 1,000 times more powerful than on Earth. But these are only visible at night.
Jupiter is 11 times bigger than the Earth. It's really big. If you look at this globe, you can see a few intense white-colored spots, small, intense white-colored spots. And when we got around behind Jupiter and looked at the night side, it was those very white-colored spots that had the lightning, and no place else. So that identified where the thunderstorms were.
Having identified the thunderstorms, the next step is to find out whether these small white spots can grow into larger ones. Galileo is in the right position at the right time.
There were some white ovals that formed in the 1930s, 3 of them, and they had been around for 60 years when suddenly 2 of them merged.
Galileo watches as 2 of the ovals merge to form a larger, more powerful storm. 2 years later, the 3rd oval also merges, forming one large storm in a belt below the Great Red Spot.
And then it slowly turned red, so that it resembled the Great Red Spot, but not quite as big.
Nicknamed the Red Spot Junior, observations of its birth may also help to solve the mystery of where these large storms get their energy. Jupiter's storms are cannibalistic. They swallow smaller storms. This is how something as large as the Great Red Spot came into being.
It's like a food chain where the big fish eat the little fish and the little fish eat smaller fish. And the primary harvesters of energy on Jupiter are the little thunderstorms.
This accounts for the source of all the energy, but it doesn't explain why these vast storms last so long. Conditions on Jupiter are so turbulent that the storms should blow themselves apart. On Earth, vortices such as tornadoes soon die out, but on Jupiter, vortices last for years. Jupiter is the fastest spinning planet in the solar system, turning 22 times faster than Earth. Ironically, scientist John Arnold thinks this rapid spin explains the stability of Jupiter's storms.
In rapidly rotating systems, vortices can be long-lived. Very surprising. Normally we would think they'd shred themselves. They never do. What we've learned from these missions is that it's very coherent, is that it's very stable.
When 2 different colored dyes are mixed in a rotating jar of water, the results are startling.
At first, what looks like it's going to be a mess quickly turns out not to be a mess. Instead, we generate 2 large-scale vortices that you can see are going to be very long-lived. And this is the idea. In rotating fluid systems, when you try to mix them, instead of just destroying any dye signal or any signal in the fluid, you get large-scale structures, similar to a great red spot.
Galileo has revealed why some storms get so big and last so long. But scientists are still mystified by Jupiter's most distinguishable characteristic, its parallel red, white, and brown stripes. It was assumed that some colors are rising gases and others sinking. But Galileo finds this may not be true. Although its atmosphere is hundreds of miles deep, only the surface layer is visible. Here, high-velocity winds blow in opposite directions, causing these multicolored patterns to be dragged across the surface.
The colored bands are associated with vertical motion, and some of them are mapping out rising motion, and some of them mapping out sinking motion. The happens at one level, the sinking motion happens at the same band, but at a different level.
They won't find out until the Juno mission in 2011 looks through the top layer of Jupiter's atmosphere to see just how the planet is spinning.
Is it all spinning as one solid body like the Earth does? And what we see on the surface is just a bunch of clouds, a surface meteorological layer? Or is it inside a little bit like an onion, where there's different layers, and each layer is spinning in a different direction and a different speed? We don't actually know that answer.
Juno will orbit Jupiter 32 times, each lasting 11 days. The orbits will pass over Jupiter's north and south poles, shifting longitude with every flyby to scan a new section of the planet. For the first time, Juno will map Jupiter's entire atmosphere down to a depth of 350 miles. Jupiter's vast weather systems may finally yield their secrets. Scientists now realize that the planet's vast rotation maintains Jupiter's long-lived storms, but more importantly, it also drives Jupiter's most powerful force, its magnetic field.
And we can study that system and compare it with what goes on at Earth and learn a lot that will help us understand Earth as well.
The Earth's magnetic field is generated by the churning motion of molten iron around the core. Jupiter is made of gas, but at its core, the hydrogen is so compressed, it acts like liquid metal.
The magnetic field is created deep down in the planet, where the pressures are so great that the hydrogen in Jupiter has become metallic. It actually behaves like a metal. And so it's moving around and currents are being created. And these manifest themselves out into the magnetic field that surrounds the planet.
The metallic hydrogen churning in Jupiter's core creates an incredibly powerful magnetic field around the planet. It stretches across the solar system to Saturn and beyond, holding in its grasp charged particles and gases.
It's enormous, 50 to 100 times Jupiter's size and going across, and the tail is dragged out by the solar wind all the way back to Saturn's orbit.
Jupiter's magnetic field is the largest object in the solar system. If we could see it from Earth with the naked eye, it would appear larger than our moon. It's also strong enough to divert the constant stream of sulfur emitted from the huge volcanoes on Jupiter's closest moon, Io. This material also funnels down toward Jupiter's poles, creating a breathtaking light display. Like Earth, Jupiter has northern and southern lights, called auroras. For the first time, Juno will analyze the charged particles and magnetic fields that create these huge displays.
We're flying close, we'll dive underneath the radiation belts and out the other side. And we'll fly through the charged particles that bombard and light up the atmosphere with the northern aurora.
The team hopes the study of Jupiter will yield a better understanding of the dynamic processes that create Earth's own magnetic field. But the Jovian system has other secrets to it. Its moons are not cold and inactive, but dynamic worlds that may hold the answer to the ultimate question: is there life beyond Earth? Jovian system is immense. 63 moons orbit the planet, some large enough to be planets in their own right. They are also an enigma. Small planets and moons usually cool faster, so how can these moons be so hot and geologically active now? The answer may also contain a clue to the holy grail of science. Is there life on other worlds? The 4 largest moons are Ganymede, Callisto, Io, and Europa. Each one is profoundly different and holds incredible surprises.
Where every time Ganymede goes around once, Europa goes around twice, and Io goes around 4 times. It's not a coincidence. These moons have evolved into this wonderful cosmic dance.
Astronomers had expected Jupiter's moons to be cold, dead lumps of rock and ice. What Galileo finds are active, dynamic worlds. First stop, the mysterious Ganymede, the largest moon in the solar system. If it orbited the Sun instead of Jupiter, astronomers would call it a planet. These NASA images show its mountains, valleys, craters, and frozen lava flows. Almost immediately, the team finds something extraordinary. Galileo's magnetometer is picking up unexpected readings.
I was flabbergasted. The evidence right there that there was a magnetic field caused me to say, I don't believe it.
Ganymede is the only moon in the solar system with its own magnetic field. But it's a puzzle. The moon should be frozen solid. If Ganymede's got a magnetic field, it must have a molten core.
People had thought that a body of the size of Ganymede would have cooled off so much in the 4 billion years that the solar system has been around that it would have been solid all the way through. So we had to change our view of the evolution of Ganymede.
The discovery of Ganymede's magnetic field only deepens the mystery of how planets form. Something must have happened in Ganymede's past, something catastrophic enough to have heated up this moon.
Galileo showed us that Ganymede is a fascinating world, one that's gone through a very complex history, a world in its own right.
But as well as detecting Ganymede's normal magnetic field, Galileo finds a second varying field.
That's telling us there's probably also a liquid water ocean within Ganymede.
Scientists suspect this ocean is buried deep beneath the moon's rocky crust. The team is eager to investigate, but Galileo's orbit means it must leave Ganymede and move on. More surprises await. Next, the outermost of Jupiter's 4 largest moons. Callisto has its own mysteries. It's cold and rocky. The oldest and most heavily cratered landscape in the solar system. Its surface is scarred with ancient meteorite impacts. Scientists are perplexed by craters with strange bright rings. It seems dark surface material has slipped away, exposing the lighter material below. Nothing like it has ever been seen on Earth.
So what's the material made of that's sloping down? What's the process that's causing it to slope off? And it certainly proved to be a much more interesting body upon close examination than we ever thought.
Although the surface is a chilly minus 279 degrees Fahrenheit, Galileo's data suggests that just like Ganymede, Callisto can't be frozen solid. It detects a very weak magnetic field, suggesting it too may have an ocean. But the data is confusing. Other instruments aboard Galileo suggest that 125 miles beneath its surface, Callisto consists of a mixture of rock, metal, and ice, right down to its core. It's another mystery. The standard theory of how moons and planets form says that they should heat up when the material they're made of first joins together. The heat should then separate the rock from the ice. Strangely, on Callisto, it hasn't.
That would mean it never got really hot in there. How do you make such a large moon and not have it heat up? We still don't really understand Callisto.
Like so much of the Jovian system, Callisto raises more questions than it answers. We don't know what's going on inside the moon. We don't even know what material covers its surface. The story of Jupiter's next moon is equally bizarre. Io is the same size as our moon and is the closest of Jupiter's 4 large moons. It is the most volcanically active body in the solar system, with over 400 volcanoes, up to 124 miles across.
If you could have a bird's eye view of Io, it would be really extraordinary. You would see these plumes that are hundreds of miles high, these enormous lava flows, and big lava lakes just boiling and bubbling away on the surface that is all really strange and has these colors of pepperoni pizza.
Volcanoes constantly reshape Io's surface. Galileo's pictures are totally different from the ones Voyager sent back some 20 years before. But how can a landscape change so dramatically in such a short space of time? Huge craters seem to come and go. The cause of their disappearance seems to be giant plumes of sulfur-rich gases shooting around 200 miles above the surface.
We concluded that it was the plumes that were depositing fine material on the surface and actually erasing these craters over long periods of time.
But as with Jupiter's other moons, there is a further mystery. This much volcanic activity requires an immense amount of heat. But where does it come from? Io, 500 million miles from the sun, should be too cold. But clearly, it's not. Could the answer be gravity? Jupiter's gravitational field keeps Io in orbit, but as it goes around, it passes on the inside of Jupiter's other moons. Their gravity pulls Io in the opposite direction. That distorts Io's shape. It's the distortion that creates the heat.
As Jupiter's large moons orbit around the planet, they're pulled and pushed and squeezed as they go around in their orbits. And this creates heat, friction, and causes melting within Io of the rock to power its volcanoes.
It raises tides on Io, very much like the moon raises tides on the oceans on Earth. Only on Io, the whole surface goes up by over 300 feet. Can you imagine what it would be like on Earth, like here in Los Angeles, if the crust of the Earth was rising 300 feet?
It's an astonishing discovery. A world shaped by forces so violent, it's pulled apart like taffy. And amazing as it sounds, of all Jupiter's moons, Io may not be the strangest. The next moon on Galileo's path, Europa. Its surface is covered in strange geological shapes and parallel tracks that cut across the ice. It's an ice world with an extraordinary secret. Could it harbor the ingredients for life? Images of Jupiter's moon Europa from earlier missions reveal a pinkish-white world. But Galileo finds fewer meteor craters than expected. That means something is erasing the craters after they form. Because Europa's surface is ice, scientists believe water could be welling up from below. This moon is so intriguing, the team wants a better look. But to do so means spending more time at Europa than planned.
The original schedule called for only 3 flybys of the moon Europa, but the evidence was so compelling that it compelled the mission to be extended in length and to go back several more times.
Galileo's first job is to image the moon in greater detail. The question is, how active is Europa's surface? Are the processes that erase impact craters fast or glacially slow? The team begins by assuming a process could take billions of years. That changes fast.
I'm listening to them discussing the age of Europa's surface dropping. Oh, well, maybe it's a couple of billion years old. And then the next flyby, well, it might even be 100,000 years old. And then the next flyby, well, it may be currently active.
While measuring Europa's magnetic field, Galileo uncovers another mystery. As the moon orbits Jupiter, its magnetic field shifts. Europa must have a conductive layer which allows Jupiter's magnetic field to pass through it. There is only one thing that could cause this, and it's a big surprise for the Galileo team.
We were able to interpret these signatures as being produced by a globe of ocean beneath the surface of the ice.
Scientists believe Europa's ocean is vast. It covers the whole globe to a depth of 100 miles, making it the largest body of liquid water in the solar system. If so, the team must first address a fundamental problem. Europa's surface temperature can reach minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Why doesn't such a huge ocean so far from the sun freeze? Astronomers think the answer may be the same one that drives the volcanoes on Io. Jupiter's gravity stretches and compresses the moon, creating heat within. It's the heat that keeps the surface in constant motion. This could also explain some unusual features found on Europa.
Galileo images showed that ridges crisscross the surface of Europa. These are bizarre features that travel across the surface for up to 1,000 kilometers, and typically in pairs. That is, a ridge with a depression in the middle and another ridge. These are bizarre features like nothing we see on the Earth.
At first, these ridges are a puzzle, but researchers soon come up with a solution. Planetary scientist Bob Pappalardo reproduces the effect with ice blocks in the lab.
As Europa is flexed by Jupiter's gravity, its surface bends and cracks and makes fractures through the ice. Well, as it's squeezed and bent, the ice slides back and forth along these fractures. Now, this can create heat as these blocks move by one another. And that heat can warm the ice on either side of the block. And that warm ice rises up to form these strange ridges that we see, these tracks that seem to go across the tundra of Europa.
Galileo reveals a world in constant motion, evidence of heat hidden below the ice. Flows of material on the surface are possible evidence of ice volcanoes or geysers. Brown-red stains stretch across the ice where it has cracked open, and salty material from the interior has welled up from below.
We see pits and spots and domes on the surface of Europa that might be related to the rise of blobs of warm ice that move up through the shell, sort of like a lava lamp.
Heat from the interior of the moon may even drive hydrothermal vents in the ocean. On Earth, hydrothermal vents on the seafloor are hotspots for life. Galileo's data also suggests there's carbon dioxide frozen on Europa's surface, possibly welling up from the ocean below. If so, the find is huge, because CO2 is vital for life. Does this mean there's life on Europa?
I'm in the camp that where there's water, there's a very good chance that there's life, and where there's materials for that life to use. And on Europa, we seem to have the materials and we have the water.
If we search and find life within the ocean of Europa, that'll be an enormous leap in understanding whether we're alone in the universe or whether life may be everywhere.
The search for life is an irresistible lure. Scientists are desperate to go back to Europa, and near the end of the next decade, they hope to launch a groundbreaking mission to orbit the moon. The Europa Explorer will take the first steps toward answering the biggest question of all. Is there life on other worlds? It will survey the ice on Europa's surface. As well as analyzing its structure, it will search for spots where we could one day break through to the ocean beneath.
We need to measure the gravity in detail. We need to do radar studies. We need to look at the surface composition. We need to understand the geology. We need to understand that tidal flexing that heats the interior and causes that thick layer of ice to flex with the tidal forces.
The Explorer's main tool is radar. It will give scientists a 3D map of Europa's crust. This will tell them just how thick the icy shell is.
How far beneath the surface the ocean is, if it's a global ocean, how deep it is, how thick the ocean layer is.
These are crucial questions. Once scientists know how thick the ice is, the next step is to work out how to get beneath it. That will mean a completely new mission. A probe that will not only orbit Europa, but land and explore its subsurface ocean. Endurance is already at work in Antarctica, a robotic submarine. It's the first of a new breed of underwater probes that can also operate under the ice. The aim is to create a vehicle that needs no instructions from home. Endurance must make decisions all by itself.
Every vehicle we've sent to space so far has the ability to talk back to Earth, get commands from Earth, and have people in the loop. This will be a whole new ballgame, and it's something that we're going to be able to test in Antarctica.
Endurance is currently investigating a lake hidden under nearly 15 feet of ice in Antarctica. Perhaps one day, a vehicle like this will search for life on Europa. But first, it has to get through the ice.
That thick ice cover takes a lot of energy to melt ice. People don't usually appreciate that, but we'll need some kind of nuclear system that will melt that ice, and it will take weeks, perhaps months, to get through that ice.
You might imagine a lander spacecraft that melts its way all the way down to the ocean and explores what's really down there.
The discovery of life on another world would be one of the greatest finds of all time.
We're not talking about fish or whales or Loch Ness Monster. We're talking about microbes. Could there be tiny single-celled organisms within the ocean of Europa?
I mean, if you just find bacteria, it would be fascinating. But who knows? You know, maybe there's something more sophisticated. There's something swimming around. Who knows?
Even the simplest life forms would have profound implications.
If life exists in the ocean of Europa, that would tell us that life probably exists almost anywhere there's a water-rich environment. That would be an amazing discovery.
Jupiter and its moons have already transformed our understanding of our place in the solar system. Now, new missions to Europa have finally proved that life on Earth is not unique. And if there's life on two worlds, then why not on many? Jupiter and its moons may one day give us hope. We will find not just life, but intelligence out among the stars. Diamonds, 4 billion years old, and they still dazzle us. But these rocks aren't just for show anymore. Hidden inside are powers that could change your life.
The future of diamond is very exciting and opens up what many of us have been calling the new diamond age.
To reach that shining future, scientists have to outdo nature and build a better diamond.
The new synthetic diamonds, that's a technology that's going to take us places we've never been before.
It's a dazzling challenge. Can science do the unnatural and make a super diamond? Diamonds are like no other substance. They're 4 times harder than any mineral on the planet. They resist corrosion. The best are completely transparent. And they conduct heat. Some can conduct electricity.
What you have is a material such as diamond that has a fantastic range of unique properties, and it's the combination of these unique properties that makes diamonds special.
If science can harness the powers of these stones, it could revolutionize our lives. From the microchips in our phones to the machines that explore space.
They'd be super durable. They'd last forever. They'd be resistant to heat and cold and other kinds of extremes.
It's said diamonds are forever. They aren't. Most contain natural flaws. Flaws that can't withstand extreme heat and pressure. To transform technology, science must do something unnatural. Create the ultimate diamond in the lab.
Nature is the guideline, and the question is, can we improve upon it? The race now is to produce a super diamond.
A super diamond would have all the properties of a natural diamond, but could be manufactured in any shape or size. Most of all, they would mimic the properties of the rarest gems, like this one. The Hope Diamond, perhaps the world's most perfect natural diamond. It's kept behind bomb-proof glass in the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. At 45.5 carats, this gem is over 100 times bigger than the average diamond ring. It's one of the largest and most valuable diamonds ever discovered, worth around $250 million. But that's not all. This gem has some unusual properties that highlight what makes diamonds so special. Jeffrey Post, the curator of the National Gem Collection, is researching this stone. In the lab, he demonstrates a phenomenon that sets the Hope Diamond apart from most others.
We can take an ultraviolet light and we can expose the Hope Diamond to the ultraviolet light, and we'll leave it on for about 10 or 15 seconds. Also notice that one of the white diamonds on the outside fluoresces very bright blue. And so now we're going to turn the room lights off, and I'll turn off the ultraviolet light, and we can see the intense orange glow, the property called phosphorescence.
For years, this glow was attributed to a curse cast over the diamond when it was stolen from an Indian temple centuries ago. But Post isn't superstitious.
So here you've got supposedly a cursed diamond that glows this blood red color. Well, that's a great story in itself. But then scientists, in many of us, says, well, why does it do this?
Post and his team investigate using a spectrometer, an instrument that analyzes wavelengths of light. The spectrometer shows that the Hope's distinct hue comes from 2 colors, aqua and red. The team can now identify 2 chemical elements in the diamond, boron and nitrogen.
Suddenly, now I understand what is going on when this diamond is phosphorescent.
Boron makes the stone blue. When combined with nitrogen, the stone shines red. Chemicals, not a curse, make the Hope glow. It's not the red glow that excites scientists, but the element that makes the Hope blue, boron. Boron does more than color diamonds. It also allows them to conduct electricity.
Blue diamonds, because of the boron present in them, are in fact semiconductors of electricity, which makes them very different than other diamonds that are pure carbon.
Pure white diamonds are electrical insulators. Try to pass a current through them, and nothing happens. But blue boron-rich diamonds, like the Hope, are electrical conductors. The extra atoms of boron interact with the existing diamond atoms, letting an electrical current pass through. But all diamonds, not just blue diamonds, have another useful property. They transfer heat better than any material known. If science could make synthetic diamonds that both conduct electricity and transfer heat, they could revolutionize a critical component of daily life: the semiconductor. Semiconductors are the vital component in nearly every electronic device. In transmitting electricity to the precision control of microchip technology. For the past 50 years, these devices have been made almost exclusively from silicon. But silicon has a major drawback. The more electricity it carries, the hotter it gets. The result, most silicon chips require complex cooling technology. If they exceed about 300 degrees Fahrenheit, they'll shut down.
One of the huge hurdles that are facing manufacturers is that they have to be able to remove the heat away from these electronic systems. You know, think of your own laptop at home as you're operating it. It gets hot. And so this becomes a big problem. Right now they're using metals mostly to do that. But diamonds, in fact, are much better conductors of heat than metals are.
With the discovery that blue diamonds transfer heat and conduct electricity, scientists can imagine the unimaginable. A world beyond silicon. A world where everything from your cell phone to a spacecraft runs on diamonds. Diamonds can carry 30 times more power than silicon and operate 3 times faster. And they're so efficient at transferring heat, they could run a computer at speeds that would melt a silicon chip. They also resist temperatures over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
To be able to coat electronics with diamond or use pieces of diamond as the heat sinks would certainly offer a whole new direction for the manufacture of even smaller, more powerful electronic devices.
Despite their eye-catching sparkle, diamonds' real potential has been overlooked for centuries. The possibilities for technology are almost endless. But there's one problem. Diamonds are rare and expensive. Natural semiconducting diamonds like the Hope are thousands of times more rare. And they don't come in the right shape or size for industrial use. So scientists are trying to create a synthetic super diamond with all the powers of a natural blue diamond, but in a size and shape of our design. To succeed in creating a super diamond, scientists must first discover how nature made hers. And for the answer, they look to the stars. For scientists to create a synthetic superdiamond, they must first get back to basics and investigate the ingredients of a natural diamond. For all their rarity, diamonds are made from one of the most familiar elements on Earth, carbon. Carbon is so fundamental It forms the basis of everything around us. Even we are 18% carbon. It's so common, it's estimated that our planet contains over 100 million billion tons of it. But carbon doesn't originate on Earth. It comes from long ago and far away. A star on the brink of death. A red giant. Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson studies carbon's dramatic formation.
Well, the universe is born without any carbon. Our sort of birth ingredients are hydrogen and helium, and just trace amounts of lithium. So carbon comes later. Carbon is forged from the cores of stars.
This red giant star once looked like our sun. But as it ages, it grows over 1,000 times bigger. Instead of glowing white hot, it glows red as it reaches the end of its life. It's running out of fuel. Its core is now composed almost completely of helium. In its death throes, a nuclear reaction in the core breaks down helium and fuses it together in a new configuration. Carbon. Dying red giants are the universe's carbon factories. Eventually, the star explodes in a white-hot flash, so strong that billions of tons of carbon are flung out into the farthest reaches of space.
What happens is the star collapses, and the entire core, in response to this collapse, rebounds and explodes. It's a titanic explosion we call supernova. And its guts are scattered everywhere. And it's a spectacle. It's so much of a spectacle that you can see these stars explode halfway across the universe.
In time, the vast cloud of debris from the explosion is pulled into orbit around a new star. As this debris spins, it clumps together. Over millions of years, these clumps grow, and planets begin to form. This is how our solar system and our planet itself was born. And it's why Earth holds the raw ingredient for diamonds, buried deep in huge quantities: carbon. For scientists hoping to create a superdiamond, the problem, the form carbon usually takes, is weak. Carbon in its most familiar form is graphite. Great for pencils, but far too soft for high-tech products. Bob Hazen, research scientist at Washington, D.C.'s Carnegie Institution, is an expert on carbon and diamond formation.
You know, it's amazing. Diamond and graphite are made out of the same element, carbon, but they're so vastly different. Graphite has these planes of weakness, and you can see how every one of these black dots and carbon atoms are connected with 3 other carbon atoms in a triangle. But in diamonds, every carbon atom is now connected to 4 adjacent, and this trellis, this network, this lattice. So diamond is strong in every direction. That's the difference.
For scientists hoping to create a superdiamond, making it hard will be tough. They have to recreate a diamond's lattice-like structure. To do that, they have to figure out how nature turns basic carbon into a dazzling diamond. Scientists are on a quest to figure out how to make a superdiamond. Their search begins here, South Africa, diamond capital of the world. Diamonds were discovered in these rocks in the 19th century. Hundreds of thousands have been mined here,
But only recently did scientists learn how they actually formed. Professor Steve Haggerty is an expert on how diamonds are created.
Diamonds were a real mystery in terms of their origin. They were found in clusters. So you found one diamond, and by golly, there would be others to be found as well. So that led to the notion that the process in which the diamonds were brought to the surface was possibly deep.
Diamonds form deep within the Earth in an area called the mantle, the layer between the Earth's crust and its superheated core. Down here, intense pressure changes the molecular structure of carbon by crushing its atoms together and forcing them into a new lattice-like structure. Under extreme pressure and temperatures, carbon becomes diamonds.
The temperatures have to reach about 1500 degrees centigrade, and the pressures about 50 kilograms.
That's 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit, and the weight of over 4,000 grown men standing on your feet. The journey from a dying star to a diamond mine is almost complete. 100 miles still remain between their source in the mantle and the Earth's surface. Luckily, they're fast-tracked to the surface by a substance called kimberlite.
Kimberlite is a rock, it's the host rock to diamonds. Even though the diamonds are not forming the rock, it's the transporter.
Kimberlite is a volcanic rock that forms deep within the Earth. As it moves to the surface, it creates a carrot-shaped pipe filled with molten rock, mantle fragments, and diamonds. When it breaks through the crust, it erupts in small but violent volcanoes.
I like to think of these as volcanoes of opportunity. These roads, they picked up the diamonds from their safe deposit boxes deep in the earth, about 200 kilometers down, and then were explosively erupted.
At the surface, magma builds up a mound of volcanic material that eventually cools and hardens. Hidden within them are diamonds, incredibly rare, perfectly formed crystals surrounded by kimberlite. Rarer still are blue boron-rich diamonds. Less than 1 in 100,000 form this way. "4 billion years from a dying star to the Earth's surface. Yet in a matter of days, scientists aim to turn raw carbon into super diamonds."
In order to produce anything of that nature, it would require extraordinarily high temperatures and pressures. It turns out that it's not very easy to transform graphite into diamond.
The attempt began in the 1950s, when General Electric launched Project Superpressure. Their goal, to create the first synthetic diamond. They developed machines to crush graphite at nearly 800,000 pounds per square inch and heat it above 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, replicating the very forces in the Earth's mantle. It takes 5 years and millions of dollars, but finally, in February 1955, GE announces they've done it. The world's first synthetic industrial diamond. Over 50 years later, just outside Johannesburg, South Africa, a lab called Element 6 continues the quest for synthetic diamonds. Following GE's lead, they synthesize diamonds on a mass scale, not for jewelry, but for heavy industry. Scientist Richard Bodkin is a pioneer of industrial diamond research.
We have banks and banks of presses that are capable of producing diamonds in no fewer than 45 minutes. To see such technology room after room is absolutely amazing.
The diamonds they produce start as a highly pure form of graphite powder. It's baked inside a pressure chamber between 2,500 and 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Effectively, you're stacking 20 sedan motor cars on it and heating it between 1,400 and 2,000 degrees Celsius.
The result is a diamond 50% harder than those found in nature. And element 6 can produce handfuls. These diamonds have revolutionized the drilling and mining industries. The friction from drilling into hard rocks, like granite, generates high temperatures that can damage ordinary drills. But diamond tip drills transmit heat away from the drill tip.
Oil and gas drilling benefits immensely from diamonds simply because we can drill faster and deeper with diamonds.
One shortcoming: industrial diamonds are small. The next challenge is to create diamonds large enough to be printed with circuit boards or shaped into other high-tech devices. It's a challenge that the Sarasota, Florida company Genesis is tackling. Using a special machine, they actually grow large diamonds. They start with a seed, a microscopic diamond, either natural or artificial, and surround it with graphite. It's a delicate process that shows how hard it is to create large diamonds. In charge of the process is Chief Operating Officer Clark McEwen.
We take graphite and we put it along with an actual diamond seed into an environment that emulates what happens within the earth.
These two forms of carbon, the diamond seed and the graphite, are placed inside the chamber, where they're heated and crushed by a powerful hydraulic press.
As you apply that temperature and pressure, what happens is that graphite turns into individual carbon atoms. And those atoms permeate down and it finds that diamond seed and it attaches to it. It acts as a template.
As the graphite melts, it releases carbon atoms, which crystallize on top of the diamond seed.
Right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've just hit pussy gold.